Hello everybody, you join us here at Dorridge Cricket Club here in the West Midlands as England take on the England Lions. Quite a marquee matchup to end this final few games of the summer of the Tri-Nations. As we say, the Lions and England, the Lions have had some incredible tests against the likes of Australia, of course, a clean sweep against the USA and the West Indies as well. England, of course, that 3-2 series against Australia in the Grey Ashes, and of course those wins against the US and the West Indies in the Stonehill and Clean-Clad Cup. So this one is quite a unique matchup today. It'll be interesting to see what goes down. Join us from midday, myself and Rash Mahmood.
Here in the West Midlands. It's a really highly anticipated game between England and the England Lions. Out here in the middle, Nuala behind the camera. Important pitch report. Let's have a look. Well, first impressions for a pitch in the middle of September in the UK. This looks an absolute belter. Nice covering of green. Nuala, if you just follow us down, nice covering of green that you can see. Bit of moisture in the pitch, but there is a strong breeze coming from over my right shoulder, which I think will dry it out. Listen, I think looking at it, both sets of players are going to be delighted you've got such a really good surface at this time of year. I don't think it's going to be express pace. I think the ball will come onto the bat nicely. Nice even bounce. With that strong wind, however, there is a curve to the pitch. You can just see behind me, left to right. I would suggest, if there's going to be any movement, it's going to be in the first 10 to 12 overs. Maybe suits a right arm over bowler from this side, getting a bit of in drift. But all in all, for this highly anticipated game, I don't think the batsman can have any issues with this. Join us later on for the coin toss.
Hello everybody, you join us at Dorridge Cricket Club here in the West Midlands. And back on now for what is the final series of this summer, Rash. Here the Tri-Nations, England Lions versus England Overseas. It's going to be a fantastic game. We were speaking about it in the middle. Rash Mahmood, join me on the commentary desk. Rash, it's great to see you again. Great to have you back on the commentary desk. And you've joined us back for what is going to be quite an interesting game this afternoon. It's quite the intriguing one, isn't it? Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks, Owen. I don't know if you control the VT there. There may have been some technical issues with the sound, but out in the middle, I think, listen, both teams, they had a look at the pitch and they were absolutely amazed at the standard of this pitch. Bearing in mind you're in the UK and it's the middle of September. But as we all know, the weather in the UK has been utterly phenomenal this summer. It's just changed in the last 2 or 3 weeks, but the pitch, it's an absolute belter. There's a slight bit of dampness to it. There's a nice covering of grass. Cut to about 4 mil. I don't expect it to be an absolute trailblazer, but I do think the ball will come onto the bat quite nicely. I think it'll be a consistent bounce. There is a marked slope on the pitch, folks, from left to right, and more importantly, bowling from the pavilion end to the right-handed batsman, it is a very, very short boundary. It's no more than 23 yards from the 30-metre discs. On the other side, if you're a right-handed batsman batting at that far end, the offside boundary, well, you need an Uber to get there. It is absolutely miles. But all in all, mid-September, I don't think you can have any complaints about the pitch whatsoever. May do a touch for the first 8 to 10 overs, bit of breeze, bowling from the pavilion end. I think it will help a right-arm over bowler just move into the right-handers. But yeah, really looking forward to this. The official photographs are being taken, and the England Lions in there, they're very natty red hats, I've got to say. I do like those. But we've been looking forward to this all year. A lot of people stepped up from the Lions to the senior side, and we've had the great pleasure of watching people produce some wonderful moments. Neil Brathwaite, Timur Allen, Mel Dobson, they've taken their chance in the senior squad. But these Lions, they'll be looking to put one over on Big Brother and just give the England management team something to think about during the off-season. Of course, the all-important World Cup taking place in Canada in the middle of next year. So, yeah, strap yourself in, folks. I think it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, it certainly is, Rash. Yeah, so that one game that we've been really looking forward to. It's been, as we say, a star-studded summer. Some fantastic tests against the West Indies, the USA, and of course that big marquee series was, of course, the Grey Ashes, and that was just an absolute barnstorm, wasn't it, from moment one right to that last ball at Royal Ascot. We keep saying it, but you just couldn't emphasise enough. It was extraordinary, wasn't it, Rash? It was quite the end to what was an incredible series. And as you say, the weather helped in that aspect because we just had 5 brilliant days of weather, didn't we? There was only, I think, a bit of rain at Sparsholt. That was all we had, really, in that series.
Well, we did, but don't forget that the rain gods conspired against us at Ascot to produce. And listen, they did, and it produced an unbelievable finish as it went down to the final ball. And yeah, I caught up with the skippers just after the coin toss, Nigel Moore and Jason Cole, and here's what they had to say. Well, out in the middle, the all-important toss has just taken place behind me, and with the two skippers, the England line skipper, Nigel Moore, to my left, the England skipper, the defector, Jason Corn, to my right. Toss won by Nigel, no hesitation putting the opposition in. Nigel, I've turned to you first. Listen, we've been out in the middle before. We had a great day at Oakham when you were skippering. Yep. I said then it was a great experience for you to skipper aside against the Australians. You must be really looking forward to this. England line skipper against the big brothers.
Absolutely. What an opportunity, what a privilege to get the opportunity to captain the Lions. Jason's done a fantastic job all summer, and now I get a chance to prove that it should have been me in the first place.
Just some late changes, and we'll come to it when I speak to Jason, but Martin Ford in for Martin Watkin, who's moved from your side. But you're looking down the lineup, the likes of Simon Routh, Ian Barton, Sanjay Berry, Steve Hunt, Neil Jackson. It's a powerful old squad. I'm
very optimistic that we will give all three games the best of our ability, and we'll go close. I've told these guys that we're setting out to win it. Why should we do anything else?
Absolutely. Nigel, wishing you and your boys the best of luck. Tennis, my right, Jason, England vice-captain, and as Nigel alluded to, you've led the Lions superbly well this summer. The 3 games against Australia, arguably, you surely don't want things like that to happen again.
Well, hopefully not. Hopefully not. There was some nerves on that particular day, but like you say, Nigel bowled the last over, and it was pretty close. In fact, it was a tie. The conditions are slightly better here. To be fair, it was a little bit damp. There was several inches of water the day before, but nevertheless, what fantastic memories representing your country. So here's to a good game.
Super stuff. Jason, thank you for your time. Nigel, go well. Okay, the views from the two skippers out in the middle. Just a couple of changes for the England side. As I mentioned, Mike Palmer, Warwickshire's finest, he's got a slight knee injury. So Martin Watkin has been promoted from the Lions squad into the first team. And no Mel Hussain today for England. Some personal issues that Mel's dealing with. We wish him and his family the best of luck. Listen, it should be an absolute belter here. These two teams know each other very, very well. I've got a sneaky feeling for the Lions, but we'll see how it turns out. Your umpires today, Chris Taylor and Phil Van, and your scorers, Tony Fitzgerald and Carol Hughes. Join myself, Owen Mason, for live commentary. ball-by-ball coverage from midday here at Dorridge Cricket Club. See you at midday.
Yeah, so that was Rash in the middle there with the toss. As just the recap, as Rash mentioned, the Lions have won the toss and chosen to bowl. Interesting decision. That Rash, what did he make of that? Obviously, Nigel Moore, captain in the side today. Proud moment for him, for the Lions. And what do you make of that decision against, this is, as we say, it's going to be a close one, this game. As you say, these players know each other really well. How do you see this going to this afternoon, especially with that, that decision at the toss?
Well, if I'd won the toss, I would have done exactly what Nigel Moore had done. I think there's still a bit of moisture in the pitch. Not too much, and of course, of this drying breeze, but I think the first 8 to 10 overs is where you could possibly make inroads. And Chris Baumer, well, very, very well at Oakamore against the Australians. And I think Nigel Moore's feeling as if they can winkle a couple out early doors. Obviously, the loss of Mel Hussain impacts the England very, very much indeed. He's a tremendous player, Mel. So I just think they're looking at it, try and eke a couple of early wickets, and put the England senior squad under pressure. But looking forward to it. The umpires at Chris Taylor, he's standing at square leg, and Phil Van standing at the pavilion end.
Yeah, just a quick recap on the teams for you. Jason Corns, obviously captaining the England side today. Steve Aston, Razi Ahmed, Timur Allen, Phil Deakin, Mel Dobson, Mark Eames, Nick Gaywood, Richard Merriman, Kevin Watson and Martin Watkin. And of course for the Lions, with Nigel Moore captain in the side, he has Simon Ralph, Ian Barton, Sanjay Berry, Chris Bowmer, Steve Hunt, Neil Jackson, Vince Mulholland, Charles Schofield, Steve Small, Martin Ford and Mohammed Zahid. Zahid and Mulholland having their Lions debut today, Rash.
Yeah, and well deserved as well. Mohammed Zahid, I've seen him a couple of times this year, plays for Yorkshire Ridings. And Vince Mulholland from Essex. They'll be nervous, of course. New England seniors opening up. Returning skipper Richard Merriman on strike, the right-hander. His batting partner, left-handed Mark Eames. That's just played out into the offside, and there's no run. And Chris Baumer from Northants, as I said, very, very well at Oakamore against the Australians. This breeze will be helping him just to induct to the right-hander. Slightly down the leg side. We'll wait on the umpire's signal. So, England away.
Yeah, as you said, Rush, that boundary, we were speaking about it, weren't we, just before you got the toss interviews. My goodness, I just couldn't believe, like as you say, 23 paces. It's one of the shortest ones we've seen all summer. There was one where you were trying to work it out. I think it was Cheadle Hume, wasn't it, where that was the only one that really rivaled it in terms of how close that was to the boundary.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for a right-hander batting at that far end, it's 23 paces from the 30-metre circle. You can see the white disc on the floor, folks, so another 23 yards. Mark Eames now, left-hander, he's hitting on his leg side. It is absolutely miles. It's a good blow to get a boundary on the leg side as he shouts behind us as the Wales-Scotland game is taking place. And Scotland bowling first. I think they've just taken a Welsh wicket. We'll try and keep you updated with that. As Chris Baumer from the pavilion end, in he comes. Mark Eames on strike. Just prods watchfully forward, just squirts off the inside edge into the leg side. Thrown back into Simon Ralph. Good to see Simon here. Keeping wicket.
Yeah, nice from Bowmer again. Positive start from him on the bowling unit for the Lions. But yeah, it's just a quick word on that Wales-Scotland game, Rash. As we said, it's quite an evenly matched game. That'll be interesting to see what comes out of that this afternoon. There's one final delivery from Bowmer.
Yeah, it's a full toss and it's put away. And that's running down the hill. Oh, Nigel Moore, can he get there? He can't. So first boundary, full toss, dispatched very nicely by Mark Eames. He gets off the mark. First over gone then. It's England seniors versus the Lions. Chris Bauer from Northampton. 5 from it. Decent start. Yeah, the Wales, Scotland. I mean, many congratulations to Wales first off, folks. They reached the over 60s first 11 final against Cornwall, and congratulations to Cornwall, who really did it the hard way, knocking out the some heavyweight counties. And they were successful, and Wales are improving, and we saw that in, last year when you made your debut, we were at Stratford, and it was a bit of a blowout game for England, wasn't it? Getting Wales out for 100 and something, and England knocking them off pretty easily. A bit different this time round, and it's just showing the strength in depth they have. But I think it's a good indication of where we are at the county level. So the likes of, the traditional powerhouses of Warwickshire, Essex, Yorkshire, Lancashire, they all fell by the wayside. I was up at the quarter-final between Gloucester and Yorkshire, and Gloucester prevailed. So it's good that it's good for seniors cricket, and I know it'll give a massive, massive boost to both Cricket Wales and Cornwall. So congratulations to all involved there, and Trevor Lee, of course, our friend from the Silver Stumps podcast. I know Trevor will be tuning in. So Vince Mulholland then, from Essex. Going to have a few nerves on his debut.
Yeah.
But he's here on merit. Bowled very well this year for Essex.
And that's been the beauty of the Lions. So we spoke about it quite a few times with Paul Gelder and quite a few of the players, where you see the likes of these players now. The likes of Ian Barton, who made his debut against the USA, and of course Charles Schofield as well. And then you've got the likes of, as you say, Mulholland and Zahid coming in today. That's just how the Lions side has just worked so succinctly, hasn't it, with the England side this summer, Rash? There's just been that flow of these fantastic county players, as you keep saying, have come through and really, really impressed, haven't they? And that's why Paul Gelder's been keeping a close eye on that.
Yeah, I think, and it's healthy competition, and we've spoken about it. It's been a definite change of tack in the England management. They want healthy competition. These players are good players for the county. Can they make the step up to the international level? They'll break off as Schofield's in. Just played out into the offside by Merriman, but fielded at cover point, and there's no run. And what it does, it means that those in the senior team, of course, can't rest on the laurels, which possibly in the last few years they may have had dips in performances, but there wasn't any mechanism really for other players to come in. That's not the case now.
Yeah, as you mentioned, we did just see Paul Gelder walk past. He had to have a bit of a go himself against the USA due to an unfortunate injury in that final game at Hamworthy. And he did well for himself. I think he took 2 wickets that day. Ooh.
Well, good cricket all round. It was a bit wide and just offered Richard Merriman some width. He needs no second invitation. Immensely strong through the point, backward point, gully region, but well fielded there.
Yeah, nice cricket club here at Dorridge. Rash, you been here before?
No, I've played a fair amount of cricket in the West Midlands, Owen, but I've not been here before. 2 pitches in use, as I said, the one behind us to the left. Apparently, a couple of years ago, that was just a great big field. But it's a grant from Edgbaston. Looks a very, very nice track indeed, I've got to say. But a nice setup here.
Yeah, that's the good thing with this series, Rash. Over these next few days, as you know, the Tri-Nation series with Wales, Scotland, and of course the 2 England and Inland Lions sides. And it's just a bit of a slight shame that the weather forecast tomorrow isn't looking too kind for us, not as kind as today. But Thursday's not looking too bad. at all. So hopefully 2 out of 3 ain't bad, as Meatloaf used to say. So hopefully Rash will have a good day of cricket here today. Hopefully so. As we said, it's a marquee matchup, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. It is a shame. I mean, ever the optimist, but the weather forecast for tomorrow doesn't look good. Let's put it that way. Thursday is a bit better. We shall see. But it's a nice way to end what's been a very, very busy summer of cricket. And of course, after this, fallow months, it's going to be 6-7 months without any cricket whatsoever. And we have the World Cup next year, which is being staged in Canada, in Toronto. It'll be interesting to see how many games England, and indeed Wales and Scotland, who are pretty sure are going to be there, are going to be able to get in next summer. I think it's highly unlikely that any touring side would tour England, Wales and Scotland before then touring for the World Cup in Canada. So there's a possibility that these games, and then maybe a couple next year, and then you're straight into the World Cup. So players, they know how important this is. It's not just an end of season jolly. They've got to go out and show that they're still relevant. They can still compete. But I think it's more important for the Lions boys. They'll be wanting to send a marker down and say, listen, you should be thinking about me seriously.
Well, that's a good point you make there, Rash, because, you know, in terms of where we had last year, when we had Pakistan come over for that tour, then you had the likes of this year, the West Indies and the USA, and of course that marquee series, the Grey Ashes of Australia. It's a packed old summer schedule, of course, this bookending what Ed Dord and Lennox called a golden summer, and that's a golden shot, that is. As that'll trickle towards the boundary. Oh, might just be, yeah. As you say, that's a case in point for what were you saying, Rash, in terms of that boundary so far on that side, isn't it? My goodness.
Yeah, he timed it very, very well indeed, Richard Merriman. Good chase by the fielder, but it's a long, long way out there. Right-handed batsman, you've got to really smash it. But it is a long way. But 2 more to him. Eight without loss then, England. 4 apiece to the openers, Richard Merriman and Mark Eames, courtesy of a nicely dispatched boundary. Through mid-on, off a full toss from Chris Baumer for 4 in his first over.
Yeah, it's interesting preparation then in that sense, Marsh, because as you say, with the World Cup being literally 11 months away, where that summer won't be as packed as this one, will it? Because as you say, teams coming over, their preparations really are solely on that World Cup, aren't they?
They are. Now, I think probably the likes of Australia and New Zealand might try and manufacture a series down under. I think it's highly unlikely that India and Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka will get together to play a series. There's all sorts of political shenanigans going on. I don't know if you saw the Asia Cup in the India and Pakistani players refusing to shake hands and this, that and the other. So all in all, it could well be the likes of the West Indies, having played this series in England, that they're not going to play any competitive cricket for the best part of 14 months.
And of course that has a detriment, Rash, not just in normal game, but at over 60s level, trying to then get back to that international standard. That's a tough one, isn't it? Because when you're playing consistently like we have been this summer, that's where that quality has just shone through, hasn't it? In terms of especially those Lions games as well, because they've had consistent tests as well this summer, as well as the over 60s side.
They have. Now we've got a very robust county championship, and it's very, very competitive. And what's been great to see a couple of minutes ago, folks, those of you who have been with us since we started the broadcast, the makeup of the final 4. So we had Kent, Gloucestershire, Cornwall and Wales. It was great for the county championship, but they were there on merit, don't get me wrong. But you're giving players the exposure at the international level. And listen, they play a good standard in the county. It's a very, very high standard. It is a slog. 18 games. It is an absolute slog. But you're going to potentially maybe have a couple of home internationals and then that county championship, and then you're straight into the World Cup. So it wouldn't surprise me if, I mean, I don't know because I'm not part of the World Cup organising committee, if teams didn't try and get out there a touch earlier than normal and have a couple of friendly matches. The England team did that when we went out to Chennai last February, organising committee. If teams didn't try and get out there, the England team did that when we went out to Chennai last February and March. We played India in a warm-up match just to get rid of the cobwebs and get people out there used to the heat and the temperature and pitch conditions, etc. It's the same this time. As I said, prior to that, I think all teams are going to be in the same boat.
And that makes for a more intriguing World Cup then, doesn't it? In terms of preparation, that's where it gets, it's an interesting point you make there, Rash.
Nicely timed by Marquis, just rocking back on his heels, plays it out into the offside. Nice bit of fielding though, just keeps it to 1. 9 without loss, England. So a steady start. The line's not giving too much away. I think what's impressed me with the Lions, and when we were talking off air, is that how the players have seized the opportunity. They haven't been overawed. They realise it's a big honour for them, and they've really grasped it and thoroughly enjoyed the cricket.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to see all summer, Rash. You know, it's as we've said, we were saying in the middle, we were saying those Australia Lions games were some of the best, if not the best, games of the summer, just for the drama of it all. And of course, one of them happened at your local club, Bridge. It was some fantastic games, just went down right to the wire, and especially at Stratford, it was a blazing hot day, wasn't it, Rash? But what a game that was as well.
Yeah, 3 excellent games. And arguably, the Lions should have won the first 2. Cheadle Hume, Simon Routh and Timor Alam just dragged England from, I think it was 40-odd for 4. Just a wonderful exhibition of determination, doggedness. Nice shot by Richard Merriman. He's going to have to run. He sat there for a minute thinking, I've absolutely clobbed that, but it's not gone. As I said, it's a long way out there. 3 to Richard Merriman then. Nice shot. But yeah, Timor Alam and Simon Routh. Oh, my goodness me. And the Australians were worried. They were worried. Lost by 9 runs in the end, England. There was a bit of a scoreboard malfunction that just threw Timor and Routh the outer touch. But they certainly rattled the Australians, and my goodness me, did they rattle them on the 4th of July at my home club of Bridge in Sheffield. Wonderful day's cricket. It just shows you don't have to have 300 plus to have an entertaining game. The England Lions did unbelievably well to get up to 160 odd. Morrow and Kevin Watson and Jason Corn getting them to something that was competitive, and they bowled their hearts out. That's a full toss again, and dispatched this time by Merriman. That's running down the hill. That should be 4, and it is.
Yeah, that's sorry, Rash. That's where on this side of the boundary, that's where that hill that really does help the batsman, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's quite a marked drop off. But another full toss from Chris Baumer. That's 2 full tosses and both being dispatched. That time from the right hander, Richard Merriman through mid-off, and Nigel Moore doing the chasing. There's a flat bit, and then as soon as it hits that ground that runs away, you've got no chance of stopping it. And that's a nice shot again. As I said, very strong through there. Backwards a point, Richard Merriman. Just a 2 though. Yes, that second Lions game at Bridge, England and Australia in all sorts of trouble. And J8, John Adamson, I hope you're listening back down under J8. Played a magnificent innings, as well as Terry Becks, who unsung hero for me. Terry, he's figured. I think he got 30 odd off 80 balls, which in the big scheme of things doesn't look particularly good, but in the context of the game was fantastic. And Jay hit the ball down to deep fine leg, and Kevin Watson, who fielded magnificently during the course of the innings. Merriman just opens the face of the bat, guides that down towards third man. Good running as well, 2 more to him. Kevin Watson, took a great catch to dismiss that Bill Belair running backwards at mid-off, and then the ball was hit straight to him. He was coming in from deep fine leg, and it's just on the merges of the cricket pitch and the football pitch at Outerbridge, and he lost his footing and the ball dropped in front of him. Turning point, I think, if Watto holds that, England win the game. And the third one at Stratford, as you said, that's probably the hottest day of the year.
Definitely.
We saw some fireworks, didn't we? Sanjay Berry came in and just went absolutely crackers, and then Martin Watkin came in. It was just a great day, and to lose a series 3-0, they'd be disappointed, but I tell you what, full value in all 3 games. Should be really proud of what they did, and I know Jason Court was very, very proud of how his boys performed.
Yeah, because it was Timor Allen's performance at Cheadle Hulme, wasn't it, Rash? Where that was his entrance then into this England over 60s side, and it's at those games where there's been some real bright sparks from these players, and you see now the lights of Timor and play. Oh goodness me, that would have been a great catch, wouldn't it?
Well, I don't know who the fielder was
Timor.
diving away at Gully, but
goodness me, that would have been a great catch, wouldn't it?
By Mark Eames. Well, I fancy I'll have a see if I can get. We need to get on, but it looks like Steve Hunt to me. Flung himself away to his right. Full stretch. Just evaded him. 1 more to Mark Eames then. England 22 without loss. That's a nice shot by Merriman, but straight to Nigel Moore at mid-off. Brings the end of that Chris Baumer over then. 5 overs gone here at Dorridge Cricket Club. The England seniors losing the toss, put into bat by the line skipper Nigel Moore. Richard Merriman, 15 not out. His batting partner Mark Eames on 6. Decent enough start.
Yeah, certainly so, Rush. A good start for England. And yeah, that point I was making with the lights of Timor Allen had a fantastic day at Cheadle Hulme. These are the games where the skippers are watching, and they're all. So even I remember against the USA, where we had Ed Gordon-Lennox on commentary, and he was watching along, and he was really impressed by some really good performances. Yes, you're playing a US side who are up and coming. They are a work in progress, as mentioned by Peter Jones, and it was great to have him on commentary. A really, really great bunch of lads of the US team. Really great for them to come over and have those games in defeat. They learned a hell of a lot, didn't they, Rash?
Yes. Excellent commentary by yourself and Matt, and really good insight by Jonesy. Always good to hear him. He's very, very passionate about the game, and the game is taking off in the US. No 2 ways about it. Oh, that's a better delivery from Holland. Just getting like him squared up a touch if he's looking to play on the leg side. But I think the biggest thing they will have learnt is game management. And it's something unless you're out in the middle, you can't teach. And the USA boys will have learned a hell of a lot. Listen, they've got some very talented stroke makers. It's a nice shot by Eames. Bread and butter for him. That's going to race away. Yeah. Short boundary that side for the left-hander. Mark Eames nicely tucked off his hips. Listen, they've got some very talented stroke makers. It's a nice shot. Race away. Yeah. Side for the left-hander. Oh, he's in. 4 more to him then. 56. Without loss. batting partner Richard Merriman off 15 off the 21 deliveries he's faced. And you think of the player that potentially the USA have got to draw from. I think 2 or 3 years' time, they will be a force in seniors cricket. I know they're sending a team to the Spirit of Cricket Festival down under. Anthony Telford and his team doing a wonderful job getting that tournament up and running. I think Canada they're there as well. It should be absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, definitely so. Rash, yeah, that wind, it's you can see those trees, bit of a blustery day here, the remnants of those, it was quite strong winds, wasn't it? A few games had to be called off. I was chatting to one of the umpires walking up from Dorridge train station, and a few games had to be called off because of that wind, and it's the remnants of it still here today. It's not as bad, thankfully, but you can tell we're coming up towards autumn. So it was warmer in Poland, Rash, I'll tell you that. Had to have got my jacket on today, goodness me. It was for those July and August months, and of course, June as well. It was t-shirt and shorts weather, Rash. But my goodness, it's far from that now.
Well, we were spoilt during the summer, weren't we, Owen, and yourself and Benny. He's got about 18 layers on, Benny, on the camera. Bless him. He was slathered in factor 50 and God knows what during the summer, and yourself as well. Different now, but listen, it's great to be watching seniors cricket at this level mid-September. So let's hope the weather gods shine on us tomorrow. We've got everything crossed. But that wind has just picked up and it's slightly turned, Owen. It was blowing over Chris Baumer's left shoulder. It's going a bit more sort of right across the pitch now. So it's probably shifted about 40-50 degrees to the left, so it's no longer coming off his left shoulder. It's more from the direction of cover point. Well, Richard Merriman by a good delivery from Chris Baumer that just offered a touch of width, but rose on him. Nice take by Simon Routh. As I said, Richard very, very strong through that offside, particularly gully point area. And this time just watchful, plays it back down the pitch. Good delivery, nothing he could do about that.
Yeah, because with the Tri-Nations series, as we say, the both games kicking off at midday, England versus the Lions and Scotland, Wales. Tomorrow, of course, weather permitting, we'll just see Baumer with this delivery again.
Nice.
That's a really good start to this over from Baumer. 4 dot balls in succession. But yeah, tomorrow at Solihull Municipal Cricket Club will be England and Scotland. The Lions and Wales will be at Blossomfields Cricket Club, of course. That's midday. And an 11 a.m. start on Thursday for England versus Wales at Solihull Municipal Cricket Club and Warmley Cricket Club for England Lions against Scotland. And that finishes off the summer, Rash.
Yeah, it does. Busy 3 days. Please get in touch on the YouTube feed. We've had Chris Cherry. Can you list all the players, please? Yeah, Chris will run through the 2 teams at the end of the over. And bang on cue, Trevor Lee himself. Morning, Rash and Owen. Great to have you back in action. Thanks for the shout out. Cornwall will be back to win the championship in 2026. Bold prediction, but you're on an upward trajectory, Trevor. And the commiserations on losing in the final, but a sterling effort to get there. So just for you, Chris, we have 7 overs gone here. England putting to about 26 without loss. The England team, skippered by Jason Corn, Stevie Aston, the wicket-keeper, Razi Ahmed, Timur Alam, Phil Deakin, Mel Dobson, Mark Eames, Nick Gaywood, Richard Merriman and Martin Watkin. And for the Lions, Nigel Moore, the skipper, Simon Routh, Ian Barton, Sanjay Berry, Chris Baumer, Steve Hunt, Neil Jackson, Vince Mulholland, Charles Schofield, Steve Small, Martin Ford and Mohammed Zahid. There you go, Chris. Banana Brooks on the chat. Well, I hope that sorted it for you. Get in touch. And as I said, the stream's up and running. Ivor, Benny and Newley here. Ensure you don't miss any of the action. Sterling job they do and what they've done this summer. They should be very proud. I know we've had a lot of good comments about the production and the pictures that you're seeing. Myself and Owen can't do this without their technical expertise. We're very grateful to them. So get in touch on the YouTube. Oh, good delivery. Let's go this time. Beats Mark Eames outside the off stump. So please, yeah, YouTube feed, get in touch. The chat is live. We'll try and read out as many as we can during the course of the game. But a good delivery there.
Yeah, good to be back for this final series of the summer, Rash. It's been fantastic just to be involved in so many games across the country, and nice to be on my patch in the Midlands here. And it's again just another new ground to come to. It's, you know, me, Matt, and yourself, and Ben, who's going to be joining us tomorrow. Ben Stevens on the commentary desk for us. But yes, that's the fact of it, Rash, where we've been to so many of these different clubs, of course, to your home ground as well. It's just been a pleasure to see the hospitality. We've spoken about it. It's waxed lyrical about it with all the players that we've had on commentary, but the hospitality we've had from all of these grounds has just been second to none.
It has a win, and you've got to think it's a big prestige for these clubs to be hosting either the England senior team or the Lions team against international opposition. And if they do a good job, and I think they have done a good job, future tours, they get consideration for it, and quite rightly. There's been some issues at some grounds, of course. That's only to be expected, but by and large, the support we've had has been second to none, and long may it continue. Well, a fuller delivery from Mulholland this time. Mark Eames mistimes it out into the covers, and there's no run. Bit of a circumspect start by these two. Just a couple of full tosses that have been dispatched for 4. But otherwise, the bowling's been pretty much on point. Well, just for a minute, the fielder at mid-wicket look interested. But that's gone for 4 from Mark Eames. I don't think he was in total control of that, but dispatched through mid-wicket for 4. End of that Mulholland over. 4 overs he's bowled. No maidens, no wicket for 13. His opening partner, Chris Baumer, operating from the pavilion. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 16. England, 8 overs gone. Have reached 30 without loss. Richard Merriman, 15 not out of 27 deliveries. And Mark Eames with that boundary. Have reached 14 off the 21 deliveries that he's faced.
Yeah, nice partnership forming early on between Merriman and Eames there, Rash. And, you know, in terms of partnerships, you know, there's been one this summer that's been really involved in some fantastic openings for England, and of course is the Essex openers of Neil Brathwaite and Mel Hussain. Trying to emulate that and trying to start a match, you know, positively as positively as he can is just so important in cricket, because look at that, that's a nice shot. Oh, that's a shame for Nigel Moore. He looked like he might have had it. It was just slightly over him in the end there, Rash, but he boundaries prevented in any case, because it stopped dead, didn't it?
Well, Morrow is himself very, very unlucky, because just as that ball was reaching him, there was a gust of wind that just blew it to his right. He had that covered all day long, did Nigel Moore. He was quite confident he was going to catch it one hand, and then there was a massive gust of wind that just took it away from him. Made him look rather foolish in the end, but 2 more. Mistimed there from Merriman. Yeah, that time Richard Merriman got himself into a bit of a pickle, wrapped him on the pads, squirted off to fine leg by signal by umpire Van.
Yeah, Chris Joe says, fancy guys, and oh my goodness, who we've had in the comments? TP. Tony Panacasio, hello lads, come on the Lions. There you go. He's cheering on the the Lions. Is TP.
I'm surprised. If that is TP, I'm surprised he's anywhere near social media. Is his beloved Bulldogs were beaten in the NRL the other night. No woof woof for you, TP.
Bowmer to deliver them once again in his 5th over now. That's nice. And Nigel Moore will chase, and he will get to that before it reaches the hill. The dip, I should say. Yeah. Does well there. Well fielded, Nigel is the call. Very well fielded indeed to limit it to 2.
I love watching Morrow. He always plays with a smile on his face. Stalwart of Warwickshire, of course, and he was instrumental with that great day we had at Loughborough when it was the Midlands 11. Wonderful facilities there. Nick Newman, part of the ground staff there. Just a really, really engaging character, Nigel Moore. Good cricketer as well. Now, I mentioned the coin toss the last time that Jason Colt was the England skipper. A match in Benalla, and we got there the day before, Owen, and this is no word of a lie, the pitch was absolutely waterlogged. There were ducks on the outfield. We'd driven down from Melbourne, 3 hours in the coach. It absolutely hammered it down. We didn't think there was no way we were playing. And Trevor Saker, and shout out to Trevor, I know he'll be listening. Well, he and the curator there and the rest of the people involved in Benalla cricket managed to get the game ahead. And it went to the last ball. And Nigel Moore, he bowled it, got a wicket with a final delivery. Unfortunately, my screen cut out right at that moment. But the tied game, the thriller in Benalla. Wonderful, wonderful game of cricket. England, they only got 133. So, yeah, cracking game of cricket. And right on cue. A change at the far end. Mulholland has been replaced by the skipper, Nigel Moore. It'll be an interesting battle, this. Richard Merriman, good player of spin, does like to sweep the ball, likes to impose his will on the slower bowlers, just eyeing up that leg side as the fielder gets sent out into the deep.
I can tell you, Rush TP has replied with woof.
Bless him, TP. Yeah. Well, there was a fabulous game. I don't know if you follow the NRL, but the Golden Point game. Yeah. Oh my goodness, what an advert for rugby league and Australian rugby. The NRL, it's a great, great product. But TP's Canterbury Bulldogs were beaten the other night. As Moore comes in, good first delivery. There's oohs and ahs behind. It's getting very exciting behind me.
Somebody's paper's flying onto the pitch as well. The puzzles are flying everywhere. It's all. Oh. Oh, goodness me. Yeah, the newspaper is absolutely flying onto the pitch now. Somebody's lunchtime readings just flown onto our field.
Yeah, where is your paper?
Yeah, I don't have a paper on me today, no, that's right. Oh, that's a nice shot.
Right on cue. It's a long, long chase for the fielder. Is he going to get there? Here's Steve Small. Well done, Steve. Yeah, good chase, good throw. 3 to Richard Merriman. Just a touch shorter from Nigel Moore and Richard Merriman. No invitation needed, just rocked back on his heels. As I said, it's a long, long way out here. And he did hit that very well indeed, but a good chase from Steve Small. Made his way from his deep, wide-ish mid-wicket to deep square leg to do the fielding. So 3 more to Richard Merriman. He moves on to 20. England move on to 38 without loss.
Yeah, really nice little partnership forming between Merriman and Eames now, as we're into this 10th over. Well fielded there, Ash, wasn't it?
Yeah, good bit of fielding out in the deep. You say for the left-hander, that's a very short boundary. Markheim's connected with it really well, and the fielder running round, clean pick-up. Not easy because the outfield is a bit bobbly in places, as you would expect at this time of the year. Right on cue, that's coming straight towards us. Owen, watch your knees. And 4 to Richard Merriman.
There we go. Fantastic. Yeah, it was a great effort there. Luckily, it wasn't a Bill Blair delivery.
Have you taken advice? Injury lawyers and everything. Bill Blair, can get him sued.
Crikey, yeah, that was a great hit on the knee, that was. But
as we mentioned, Billy, I know Cheryl will probably be listening. He got an award when he got back home, and well deserved as well, recognition for. I don't know if that was edged by Richard Merriman, but looking at the reaction of Simon Routh, yeah, I think it was. Well, it came to him very, very quickly. He did very well to get anything on it, Simon Routh, but knowing the high standards that he sets for himself, would be disappointed. Airily played by Merriman. He's going to have to hurry. Oh, direct hit, and he was gone. Well, it was a bit chancy by Merriman. You see there on the replay, folks. Oh, he was out for all money. He was gone. So that first Nigel Moore over, the boundary from Richard Merriman, and the shot played through the leg side for 3. 9 off his first over. England move on to 44 without loss. 10 overs gone. And a decent start, I mean, as you said, and a good partnership building between these two.
yeah, when that sun comes out, it's quite a pleasant day here at Dorridge today. The clubhouse just starting to fill up a bit, which is lovely to see on a Tuesday afternoon. No, really nice part of the world. So nice to be here at Dorridge. Thanks for joining us, everybody, on the YouTube stream as we approach a 20-1 here in the UK. It's been an international audience, hasn't it, over the summer? It's been fantastic to know we've been streaming absolutely everywhere, Rash. It's incredible, isn't it?
Yes, and our friend and colleague, Harrison, has got all the stats. The last time I checked in with him, I think it was over 25 countries. It may be even more than that. I think the viewing figures are up well above 50,000. So, I mean, it's tremendous that there's that much interest in seniors cricket. And they've had good cricket to watch as well. This is it's opened up a lot of people's eyes. And I know from when the England Lions played Australia at my home club at Outerbridge, the people there were amazed at the standard. I mean, these guys throwing themselves about like lunatics. No regard for their health or well-being. Oh, it's nicely played by Merriman. Straight to the fielder, and there's no run. And we say it all the time, these guys need congratulating, keeping themselves physically fit, playing cricket to a very, very high standard, and it does. But there's a lot of people who are surprised at how good the standard of cricket is. And once again, Merriman just prods forward, angles the bat straight to the fielder at point, and there's no run.
Yeah, Rash, we've just had confirmation on those numbers. You know, since the beginning of the year, 2025, 132,000 views over the whole channel, 779 subscribers, that uptick of almost about 70%, 55 countries. That's extraordinary, isn't it, Rash? And the watch time of about 13,800 hours, you know, accumulated over the summer. So it's just been a pleasure to be a part of that, Rash. Just for this summer has really just, the awareness of it has just grown exponentially on the YouTube channel. It's been fantastic to be a part of it alongside yourself.
Well, great honour. Thank you, Ivor. Unbelievable figures. That's very, very impressive. And look, you've got to have the product there. You've got to have the means of getting it out there to people. And Ivor does an absolutely unbelievable job. And Newell is here today, and Benny. Without them, you know, we cannot do what we do. And he's bringing it to a larger audience. And of course, just break off as Baumer comes in again. This time, there's an appeal for LBW. I think he was a bit too far forward there, Richard Merriman. We'll just have a quick look on the old replay. Oh, not as far forward as I thought, actually. Just a half prod forward. But a maiden over from Chris Baumer. 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 20. He's bowled pretty well from this pavilion end. It's something that we see a lot of clubs have streaming facilities now, and we've talked about it, haven't we, off air all through the course of the summer, and that's absolutely fine, and it's bringing cricket to a wider audience. But they are fixed cameras, and you can't see if the ball goes off. Yes. The camera's view what's happening. We have the luxury here of you've got the 2 cameras at either end. You've got Benny just to our left of us, so the ball tracking's available, and you can follow where the ball's gone, and it just brings the viewers closer to the action, and of course it helps with the commentary as well. So it's a brilliant product, and congratulations to all involved. Outstanding figures. Yeah,
the greatest honour of that, Rash, was where we had so much feedback from the US team, from the Australian team, that their families were tuning in at all hours back home and really enjoying the product, which is the best thing. That's what you just love to hear, from just a global audience, and families that, even I remember Darren Smith was saying that even his, grandchildren were watching on, and they weren't even fans of cricket beforehand. It's fantastic, isn't it?
That's right. I think old Murph's, Doug Murphy's family were a bit annoying tuning in to watch him. I think it was at Uterbridge. He was 4 and out, hit the first ball, didn't he, for 4, and then was out the second ball, caught by Tony Burbeck. And it might have been at Fairbairn as well, actually. He was out LBW. The bowling of Michael Palmer, and that unbelievable spell that Palmer's bowled, having the Australians 26 for 6. It was quite extraordinary. But it's great for these players to have this exposure, and long may it continue. And we always say it, we can't do it without the help of the sponsors. If you would like to sponsor the England team in any way, shape or form, please get in touch and we can point you in the right direction. There's Nigel Moore's in again. Mark Eames goes for an expansive sweep, doesn't make a good connection, just squirts out into the leg side, and there's no run. And while we're talking about sponsorships, it's a big shout out to Paul Bradley, the England team manager. Paul's been ill this summer. He's on the road to recovery. I know he's going to be tuning in. We do miss you here, Paul. I hope that you'll come back refreshed and raring to go next year. And congratulations to your appointment to the IMC Over 60s Committee. So you'll have a big say in what happens in seniors cricket globally. Deserve recognition to a man who works tirelessly behind the scenes. Well, Nigel Moore, very interesting. He's made a big show of placing 2 fielders back on the leg side. We know Richard Merriman's not going to shy away from that. This time just dabs out into the offside, but Nigel Moore tempting Richard Merriman with that final delivery. Didn't bite. 12 overs gone here at Dorridge Cricket Club. It's England seniors versus the England Lions. The Tri-Nations series. They've reached 45 without loss. Richard Merriman 25 not out of 41 deliveries. Mark Eames 18 off 31. Chris Baumer, I think, is going to continue from the pavilion end. 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 20 from him. Better over from Nigel Moore, just the 1 coming from him. 9 coming from his first over. He's operating from the far end. He replaced Mulholland. 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 10. Straight to fielder.
There you go. You could just see that, couldn't you, Rash? Right in the air there. And it was, as you could just see it go into the path of that fielder there. And that's the first wicket. A breakthrough for the Lions at Dorridge.
Yeah, Mark Eames, he's had a couple of those, Mark, where he's tried to play through the leg side. He's very, very strong through there. Just got turned around, leading edge. And a nice, simple catch. And a good catch on debut from Mohammad Zaid. Positioned at mid-off. Straight to him, made no mistake. So, breakthrough for the Lions. Mark Eames goes for 18. Caught Zaid, bowled Chris Baumer. England 45 for 1.
There, bid Timor Allen to come on then. In replacement of Mark Eames. As we said, he's had a fantastic summer of it. Some real highlights of that Australia series.
Yeah, well, he only knows one way to bat. We saw it at Cheadle Hulme, and we saw it when he got the call up for the second one-day international at Fairbairn. His first delivery, absolutely smashed the ball through mid-off. And Stephen Butler, bless him, old butts, I don't think he had any option. I think he was probably trying to get out of the way. But it was a wonderful bit of fielding, but it was the intent that Timor showed. Got a 50 on debut there to go with his 90-odd at Cheadle for the Lions. Now, that leg side boundary is going to look very, very inviting for Timor Allen. It's about 55 metres. Let's see. Oh, you've made me look a right fool, Timor. An orthodox defensive shot into the offside. What are you doing, lad? But another one who's taken his chance, Owen. Batted superbly well this year. Oh, it was aerial. Just dropped in front of the fielder at point.
Yeah, a great hit, Timor Allen, against the US at Hursley Park last month. I believe it was up to about 140 odd, wasn't it, last month? So fantastic for him to have a hit like that. One of the record scorers, because that was the record where England beat the record at Hursley Park last month. 372 or 374, I believe it was. Rash will try and find that stat so he can get it spot on. But yeah, it was that record points total. 374, wasn't it?
Well, Timor Allen has did 8 times in all formats, the Lions and the England senior. 374 runs, 3 not outs, 343 balls, an average of 68.6, and a strike rate of 109.03. 44s and 10 sixes, and there you go. That's gone. Straight back over the bowler's head for 4. He gets off the mark, and in some style too. End of that Chris Baumer over then. Breakthrough for him. He's bowled pretty well, I've got to say. Impressing again. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket for 24. The final delivery of his over, dispatched by Timor Allen with some aplomb. He gets off the mark. But yeah, the figures, they're just ridiculous, Timor Allen. They really are. And Richard Merriman himself, he batted 7 times. Had an injury as well, Richard, during the summer of it. 287 runs he's accumulated prior to today. 1 not out. An average of 47.83. A strike rate of 92.28. 25 fours and 3 sixes.
Yeah, Richard Merriman being, of course, that record run taker for England. 1,221 before the start of play today. Of course, he's had 25 to add to that. So 1,246 runs all time for the England over 60s. That's quite extraordinary. As you say, with that injury that he had over the summer, he wasn't as involved in that Australia series as he really would have liked to. It's a great shot.
Yeah, nice from Richard Merriman, just rocking back in his crease. Just a punch through the offside. There's a short boundary down there. Ran away very, very quickly. And with that boundary, the England Sealies reached 50 runs. 53 for 1. A loss of 1 wicket. That was in the previous over. Mark Eames chipping 1 to mid-off.
That's a nice effort in the end by Merriman, is it? They'll try and they'll eke 2 runs out of that. Did stop dead before the pavilion.
Yeah, I'm not entirely convinced that is exactly where Richard Merriman was trying to play it. I think he was trying to play it a bit squarer. And ball seemed to hurry on him a touch and ended up squirting off the outside edge.
Yeah, never ducked ball that time. It was a good hit by Merriman, but a good retrieval. Good bit of field in there. Nigel Moore, last ball of his over then. This is third over. Oh, another duck ball leaves England on 55 for 1.
I think it'd be remiss of us not to mention on the broadcast, though, we mentioned Richard Merriman is the highest England run scorer, but congratulations also to Mel Hussain and Nick Gaywood, joining Monty Douglas this year. We passed the 1,000 run mark. Well, I know you're injured today. We wish you a speedy recovery. And Nick Gaywood is here. He's a bit under the weather though. But congratulations to you two as well. No mean feat.
Yeah, and speaking of records and that, we'll be keeping a close eye on England's on the England Lions innings this afternoon, as Phil Deaton's on 51 wickets. He's level with Jim Phillips, isn't he, Rash? So that'll be an interesting marker. We know Phil Deaton loves a wicket. Took 10 in the Clean Clad Cup.
Yes, he's done exceptionally well. He had a field day against the West Indies. I think 3 for 1 he took up at Littleborough on his home ground. And then a 4 for. And he's bowled pretty well throughout the whole series, got to be said. Oh. Well, the introduction of Zaid from this pavilion end. Rank long hop and Timor Alam. He is not going to miss out on that. That's oh, he's gone into that person's front garden.
Yeah, there is some new houses, isn't there, on that side? And like you say, yeah, they're having to retrieve it.
It's gone into that. It's gone.
Brilliant.
All the great and the good are now hurrying across there. Oh, we love this. Where was it with that ball got stuck in the hedge? Where were we? Cheadle.
Oh, goodness me, yeah, they're trying to retrieve it for a good few moments. Well, they're still trying to look for it now to try and ask for the neighbour in a minute. Don't mind me, just in your back garden, it's an England cricketer. What's going on? But no, first hits of the day then. And we know Timor Alam loves a hit. 61 for 1 then. England move on to.
Well, welcome to international cricket, Mohammed Zahid. You cannot bowl a rank long hop like that to Timor Alam. He is not going to refuse it. I think they've managed to retrieve the ball, have they not? Oh, no, they haven't. Well, they're still looking. And I said it was a short boundary, folks, but Timor Alam has actually hit that. It's gone over the advertising hoardings, over the road, and into the scrubland. He must have hit that probably 75 metres. It's a big old hit.
I did just see some movement from that one window, actually, Rash.
The person there was going, what's going on? Who's that in my back garden?
Well, there we go. There's a bit more movement now, look. Fantastic. Always some excitement. Never a dull moment at these cricket games this summer. Fantastic.
Well, Timor Alam, he's moved on to 10. 2 scoring shots. A straight 4. And then dispatch that 6 over mid-wicket. 61 for 1 then, England. That's a better delivery.
Yeah, I've been impressed by these debutants that have come into this Lions side. Now, Ian Barton had a great day against the US. Oh, and look at that. Had a look at the umpire. Zahid was absolutely remonstrating that he got Timor Alam out there. Close one,
it was close. It was a good shout. Timor Alam going back in his crease. I think height for that one struck him above the knee roll, but well worth a shout. It's a nice shot. A good bit of fielding. Good cricket all round. Nicely played by Alam. Nice bit of fielding. I think that's Steve Small in the covers.
But yeah, the debutants we have seen have just really impressed me. Like even Ian Barton had a stint on commentary because he is involved with doing cricket coverage. I believe it's for the BBC, isn't it? Doing a radio show for them, which is fantastic. That was great to have him on comms.
It is up in Lancashire. He's good value, Ian Barton, isn't he? He's a top bloke.
I was trying to remember where that was. Easter Castle, back at beautiful ground there in Herefordshire. Another warm day. But yes, it's looks like we're approaching a third of the way through here.
Oh, good maths, Owen. Good maths. Matt'll be chuckling.
I had to think about that before I said it. Brilliant. But yeah, 15 overs in then. Doesn't look like we'll get that customary drinks break. It looks like it will just carry on for the time being, which is good.
I think Nigel Moore, as the line skipper, will be absolutely delighted. In 15 overs in, England just going a tick over 4 and over.
Yeah, the likes of Boma and Nigel Moore having that second over he did have, and of course he's in this next one now for his 4th, really shoring things up. And I think that's really is key against this England side, because Nigel Moore knows that this England side can really, when they hit, my goodness, they can put up a very commanding total for any team. You know, those were the games against Australia where there was some absolute battles there, and Australia really had to work for that. And where, as we said, the record points run total in a single game against the USA at Hursley Park. But yeah, so Nigel Moore knows that, and he knows that you've really got to shore up these overs. And let's say it's a good time to get that first wicket, wasn't it, Rash?
Yeah, very much so. But Nigel Moore also knows how Timor Alam plays, and very surely he stuck a fielder right on the fence at long on and moved the player to deep mid wicket. Oh, that was close. I mean, the great thing about this fixture, Owen, is these boys know each other very, very well. Years of playing against each other on the county circuit. And being in and amongst them in the England set up in the England Lions. That's nice from Merriman. Just open the face. He dangled the carrot massively. Threw it up in the air. And Timor Alam not biting this time. So the end of that over then, 16 gone, England having been put into bat, 64 for 1. Richard Merriman, he's been there from the start, 33 not out of 50, and Timor Allen, 11 off 14, courtesy of a 4, deposited straight back over the bowler's head, and then an enormous 6 over mid-wicket while he was batting at this far end, the end that Richard Merriman is going to be facing. Mohammad Zahid. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant, quicker delivery. It was right in the block hole. Nothing Merriman could do about that. Have a look at this, folks. There you go. It was quicker. Beat Richard Merriman. All ends up. Good bit of bowling. Good reply from Zahid. He takes his first senior wicket, getting the prize wicket of Richard Merriman for 33. And the England senior team lose their second wicket with a score on 64. That was a tremendous bit of bowling. He's a slow bowler, Mohammad Zahid, but that was fired in. A la Darren Smith, you know, the delivery that Darren Smith has, Owen, that we've seen all through the summer. It's the same action. You can't pick it. And that one was right in the block hole. You saw it on the replay. Great work, folks. Off stump. And Richard Merriman goes.
Wow, yeah, we said it was a crucial point where the Lions took that first wicket of Martins, but to take Richard Merriman, who was ticking along very nicely indeed, along with Timor Allen, where it looked like that partnership was just going to start forming again. The Lions hit again, second wicket of the day here at Dorridge. Fantastic for them.
Well, this England seniors batting lineup absolutely stacked full of talent. And here's another very, very talented cricketer, Martin Watkin, Yorkshire's Martin Watkin, and we've seen him play some wonderful innings this year. Oh, that just drops in front of the fielder at slip. That's good bowling. But Watkin off the mark, first delivery, not the most convincing of shots, just prodded out. Genuine edge.
Zahid will be licking his lips after claiming that first wicket, as you say, the first wicket at England seniors level, but in the Lions setup, fantastic for him. Great confidence boost up for him as he faces that's Allen. Face another ball again. My goodness, what a hit that was by Timor Allen. I had to watch that. Was it going to fly at the face of the bowler there? My goodness me.
Well, it was a full toss, and it deserved to get some treatment, and it did. And Martin Watkin having to take avoiding action. I would just advocate that. Timor Allen does come with a reputation, but the stock delivery that you've got is obviously a good one. So utilise it. You've got Richard Merriman with it. You're tossing it up against Timor. Yeah, you're probably going to go for a few. So, a bit fuller, I would advocate.
Yeah, nice hit, prevented any runs out. And leaves England on 69 for 2 then at the end of that over.
Well, Mohammad Zahid getting his first wicket at international level, and congratulations to him, and it was an absolute corker of a delivery. And would have got most batsmen out. It was full Yorker length, smashed into the off stump to get rid of Richard Merriman. And I just think for him, he needs to forget about the reputation that Timor Allen comes with, and he does come with a very lofty reputation. Just don't get away from what has got your selection in the side in the first place. He's taken a lot of wickets this year. Just carry on doing that to serve you well. There's some changes being made in the field. Well, how costly will that drop prove? Watkin this time just plays the final delivery of that Schofield over into the offside, trots through for a single. Good start by Schofield and using a genuine edge from Watkin. Fielder at slip wasn't able to hang on. 18 overs gone here at Dorridge Cricket Club in the West Midlands. The England seniors losing the toss, being put into bat. They've reached 70 for the loss of 2 wickets, and it's both openers who are out. Mark Eames, he was the first one to depart, chipping one straight to Mohammad Zahid at mid-off, and then Richard Merriman, bowled by Zahid, full delivery, clattered into his off stump. Martin Watkin, well, he got a lifeline, didn't he? It's a pretty regulation slip catch, and a couple of goes at it, wasn't able to hold on. And it's going to be Zahid, who continues from the pavilion end. Quicker delivery that time. Just played back down the pitch by Watkin, and there's no run.
Yeah, it was a great first over by Schofield there, Rash. It's great to see for him as Zahid comes back in. Brilliant. Ooh. Really keeping it tight, aren't they now, the Lions? Really, really good spell from them.
I think it's something that we saw right from the get-go with the Lions, was that it was something that Jason Corn wanted to instill in the team, no matter what the personnel. I'll just break off as Zahid comes in again. Just dabbed into the offside by Watkin, and there's no run. He learnt a lot, Jason. I was speaking to him about how the Australians did it when we toured down under. And it's the people in the 30-metre ring don't stand at the 30 metre then walk in. Give yourself a few metres first off and then come in, and it just cuts down the running lanes. But he wanted, particularly those fielders, to be more proactive. And all the Lions matches we've seen it. It's been good to see, and it's something that I know that the England senior team were trying to progress, improve the fielding, particularly those in that 30-metre circle. Oh, it's a genuine edge again. Fly to delivery. It's a good spell of bowling, this. Unfortunate for Zahid, it goes for 4. Fortuitous again from Watkin. 2 edges, 1 dropped. That one wasn't far away from the man at slip as well, but it went away for 4. He moves on to 6. Good bit of bowling.
Yeah, really, really good. You know, since that first effort he faced Zahid, that first one that went for 6, the one that obviously landed in the garden. You know, since then, my goodness, it's been a really good spell from him as he's coming to the end of this 3rd over for him now. That's been really pleasing to see. That's another run on added to the total, and England move on to 75 for 2 at the commencement of that over.
Yeah, good variety shown by him. I like to see that. You've got to have variation. Players at this level, if it's same old, they will work you out. But good variety. Good change of pace as well. A couple of flighted deliveries. Schofield is going to continue from the far end then. Oh, there's another edge. Straight to the fielder at slip, and there's no run.
One thing we hadn't mentioned, Rash, you might have mentioned it in your pitch report earlier on, a par score for a ground like this, especially with quite a varying outfield, should we say, in terms of where we are. There's a massive dip, and then at one end it's a really, as you say, you had to such a far outfield, and then you looked at it towards the other end, 23 paces. So again, we've got a bit of a better metric. Oh my goodness, with an effort like, oh goodness me, that could have been a really good moment. Yeah, because it's just so like up and like you compare it to the likes. We'll just see this last delivery for Schofield. A really, really positive over again. He's only conceded 2 runs in 2 overs. Fantastic, really, from Schofield.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with him. I saw him on the live stream first time against one of the matches against the USA. Good variation of pace, excellent use of flight, and he can genuinely spin the ball as well. He looks a very, very useful addition, I've got to say. Well, Martin Watkins going to be facing up to Mohammad Zaid. He's living life a bit precariously, he certainly is. And a relatively simple chance of the man at slip. A couple of overs ago, and then in that Schofield over, slapping one straight to the fielder at deepish mid-on. But he's moved on to 8.
So yeah, 76 for 2. Lyons and Nigel Moore will be really pleased with what they've seen so far.
Oh, beaten.
There you go. My goodness.
Superb delivery.
Wow.
Superb from Zaid. We know all about Martin Watkins and his prowess. Flighted, tempting him, and beaten all ends up. Excellent, excellent delivery. Oh, he's got him. Well, that time it was a full toss. That had everything to do with the previous delivery, Owen. And Martin Watkins, you can see he's shaking his head. He was beaten all ends up the previous delivery. He's in 2 minds that time, and it was a full toss, in effect. But another wicket for Zahid, and it's the very, very dangerous Martin Watkins who's out. Well, these Lions roaring here at Dorridge. 3rd England senior wicket to go, and it's that of Martin Watkins. Bowled Mohammad Zaid for 8. England 76 for 3.
Yeah, he was a late alteration, wasn't he, to the side, Martin Watkins? He came in, didn't he, in terms... Who did he replace? It would have been...
He's replacing Mike Palmer,
yes,
who's got a slight knee niggle. So Martin was originally in the Lions squad. He moved across to the senior lineup, and Martin Ford takes his place in the Lions team. But that is just intelligent bowling from Zahid. I'm really, really pleased for him. He's been around for a few years. He's for the Yorkshire Ridings. And the couple of times I've seen him this year, he's bowled magnificently well. And I mentioned, maybe it's the flight that he has, the change in pace. One of my favourite cricketers. Sheffield's finest, apart from me, of course. Elegant left-hander, Nick Gaywood.
Yeah, just trying to shore it up a bit now then. Are the England over 60s. Trying to just build this partnership then with Timor Allen, because at the moment that's a really good spell from the Lions. So, as we say, 2 wickets for Zahid. Fantastic for him. That's a great effort. Just as I said, we needed something to shore things up. And there he is. Gaywood with a 4. Oh, no, Palmer with a... Oh, I'll get it right in a minute. Gaywood, I had it right the first time. 4. Yeah. Brilliant.
A rank long hop from Zahid there, and Nick Gaywood. I said it was a long way out here, but he's hardly touched that, folks. Seriously, and it's gone motoring past. It's gone towards the Wales-Scotland game. As Steve Hunt does the retrieving. But he just makes it look absolutely effortless. And still one of the finest innings I saw. It was at Fletcher Park in Perth, the 5th one-day international between England and Australia last winter, when Nick went down the order, went in at number 6, and just proceeded to go absolutely berserk. A magnificent half-century with some of the finest sixes you will ever see in any form of cricket. Yeah, and the fielder was perfectly placed at deep mid-wicket. As I said, it's only 55 metres. He didn't get hold of all of it, Timor Allen, but it's still gone a long way. Yeah, they're calling out the reinforcements. That has gone into the garden. It just seems that Alam has got the hex on Mohammad Zahid. He doesn't seem to know where to bowl when he's facing.
Yeah, we can quickly just mention the great sponsors we mentioned them just earlier on, but they are truly proudly sponsored the Inland 60s by Stonehill, Sport of Tours, MV Play, Maptech, The Tube and Clean Clad. Big thank you to all of those sponsors for making this possible for the Inland over 60s.
And I read the other day that Stonehill are very proud sponsors of the Cayman Islands cricket team. So we're trying to get Mr. Bradley to arrange an away fixture at the Cayman Islands. You know how tight he is. Do not get in contact with Mr. Bradley. My phone's on silent. But Stonehill, a tremendous amount of work sponsoring the England team. Just extending their reach globally. So the ball has been retrieved. Now this is going to be a very interesting contest, I think. Schofield and Nick Gaywood. Nick Gaywood batting at this pavilion end. For him, being the left-hander, that leg side boundary is going to look very, very tempting. You've got a fielder at back on the fence at deep square leg. You've got an orthodox mid-on. Let's see where Nigel Moore positions himself. I fancy he's going to go somewhere near mid-wicket. Let's have a look. Yes, orthodox mid-wicket for him. And a man on the 45 on the leg side as well. Interesting. Schofield. And Nick Gaywood just watches that one. Pass harmlessly by. Oh, he's just had a quick peek, Nick. He's looking at that man at the 45. Oh, beaten. Oh, and Schofield's got his double teapot. Oh, he knows. Yeah, Nick Gaywood stretching forward. He was beaten. Genuine edge again.
Yeah, only his third run. Schofield has conceded. Yeah, Mo, it's going to be a boundary there, isn't it? So trickle down that hill. When it comes down the hill, there's no stopping it.
No, and it's Steve Hunt who's positioned at square leg. A bit unlucky, Steve. Normally a very, very good fielder. But he just bounced in front of him. And with the spinner Schofield, it just took it past his right hand. And once it got onto the dip, it was away for 4. We saw Steve take that great catch at Hooterbridge, and he went absolutely crackers when he caught it. Doing a bit of a David Pleat, running halfway around the pitch. But it was a bit unfortunate there.
.92 for free then after that boundary. But nice from Schofield, shoring it up a little bit with 2 dot balls. One more to end his third over.
He's bowled well, Owen, hasn't he?
Really, really well. Yeah, do a bit of fielding again there to prevent any runs being scored. Leaves England on 92 for free as we reach the halfway mark.
Yes, as Owen says, just approaching the halfway point then. 3 delivers his next over. Will get his bang there. I think Nigel Moore, the line skipper, will be the happier of the 2. taking the 3 wickets, and 3 big wickets as well. Richard Merriman, Mark Eames and Martin Watkin. They'll be hoping, though, that a combination of Mohammad Zahid, Charles Schofield, can winkle one of these 2 very, very destructive batsmen out. And the minimum amount of damage as a fielder goes out to the long-on boundary for Nick Gaywood. It's all cat and mouse, isn't it? Because the Lions will know how destructive Gaywood and Alam can be. And if they're in the mood, they can destroy any attack in the world. And if they're in the mood, they can destroy any attack in the world.
Yes, it's cat and over the last year and a bit we've been doing the commentary for the Over 60s channel. Just these especially with those 3 wickets, you know, a few moments ago, and you know, this is where can really start purring, as we saw with Gaywood's first delivery.
Yeah, I think if you get to say the 25 over point, I mean, and the England seniors are on something like 110, I think the Lions will be happier of the 2 sides. Yeah. Bearing in mind that the stacked batting lineup that the England seniors possess. I mean, you've got Nick Gaywood, who's coming in at number 5. You've still got the likes of Steve Aston to come in. I think it's been a good performance from the Lions. Yeah. And those of you who joined me just after the coin toss, speaking to Morrow, Nigel Moore, the Lions skipper, they were really confident. Oh, you can't bowl a full toss. Well, Alam didn't quite connect with it. It still went out into the deep. The fielder at long on does fielding one more off that final delivery for Mohammad Zahid. 5 overs, no maidens, 2 for 29 from him. 23 overs gone, and drinks are going to be taken. England have reached 94 for 3, having been put into bat.
Yeah, Benny. Okay. So we're back after the drinks break. England, as we say, on 94 for 3. There's 3 wickets took by the Lions. Mark Eames, Richard Merriman and Martin Watkins. It's just on 1:30 here on a lovely September's day here at Dorridge Cricket Club in the West Midlands. Brilliant to review. Thanks for joining us, everybody, on the YouTube stream. As we've got one of the Scotland players to our right, Rash, just having on a bit of a scouting mission. There we go. Of course, having to play the Lions and England, weather permitting, of course, tomorrow and Thursday.
Yeah, thanks, Owen. Good afternoon, good evening, or indeed good morning, everyone, wherever you may be. Thanks for joining us. Do get in touch in the chat on the YouTube stream. Tell us where you're watching from and your thoughts on what you've seen so far and how you think the game will progress. So just a couple of deliveries after the drinks break. Oh, Charles Schofield, an exaggerated appeal. He's obviously not been to the Mike Palmer School of Appealing. Needs to work on that. Oh, down the leg side. Nice delivery. Yeah, nothing Timor Allen could do about that. Just played orthodoxly out into the covers where it's fielded and there's no run. Well, that first session up to the drinks break, Owen, definitely in favour of the England Lions as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, certainly, Rash. I'll be really pleased. You know, Nigel Moore and especially the likes of Paul Gelder, the Lions manager, he'd be watching on and he'd be really pleased with just how they really are pushing this England side. Getting those early wickets, as you say, some dangerous batsmen in that spell as well. And that's a 4 to reach England onto the century. Timor Allen gets 31 off 31 deliveries now.
Yeah, that time by Schofield, just slightly overpitched, and Timor Allen, he played a shot the previous delivery straight to the fielder at cover. That time just able to free his arms a bit more, generate a bit more power, and flew past the man at cover for 4. England 100 up, as Owen says. Timor Allen, 31 off 31.
Yeah, he'll be joined shortly, hopefully, by an England player. That'd be nice to get a bit of insight. We've been spoiled with the commentary. They've been all joining the commentary all the way back in May at the England-Wales game. Phil Deakin took his commentary debut and he did quite well. We've had the likes of Nick Gaywood, Ed Gordon-Lennox, Kevin Watson likes a bit of commentary as well. Rash. But everyone's been really enjoying getting on the commentary. Timor Allen as well. I remember his rallying call at Sparsholt. It got them over the line, didn't it, that final partnership?
Yes, it did. It's something that we've talked about, isn't it? Us as a commentary team, and together with Ivor and Nuala and Benny, it's good for the viewers to hear the thoughts of these players. And I think the best bit is sometimes it's an unguarded moment, isn't it? And they sort of say things that they probably ordinarily wouldn't say, which is absolutely great. Oh, Janet flies past the outside edge. Yeah, there's been some very forthright thoughts by these players, but it's really good to hear what they think about it. That's straight to the fielder. He's gone.
Nigel Moore. That's a cracking catch. And Timor Allen's out there. My goodness, fantastic.
Well, Timor Allen is going to be absolutely furious with himself. He could have deposited that anywhere in the ground. He's hit it straight to Nigel Moore, who's taken a very, very good catch. Diving away. Alam goes. England lose their 4th wicket. And it's the 3rd wicket for Mohammad Zahid.
Wow. And it looks like it's going to be Yorkshire's finest, Kevin Watson, to join us on commentary in just a moment. But yeah, look at that. That's a third wicket, isn't it? For Zahid. What a run on debut he's had. Fantastic. And that'll be Rashford Mood to take his leave for a few overs, and as we'll Yorkshire to Yorkshire. There we go. We'll be joined now in just a moment by Kevin Watson. Kev, great to have you back on the commentary desk. First of all, how are you? Lovely day here at Dorridge.
Brilliant, Owen, thank you. And as always, an absolute pleasure to be on. Difficult to follow Rash, obviously, but you know, as always, lovely cricket ground here at Dorridge, and a good test.
Yeah, what have you made of it so far, Kev? The Lions have really stuck in, haven't they, and really given you a good game so far this afternoon.
Yeah, I think we knew whoever played for the Lions, you know, if they're not going to be up for this game, they're never going to be up for a game. And hopefully the England side that's been picked today, you know, show the same spirit and desire that the Lions are showing. You know, I think you know, we're all sat there talking, and we've all been very impressed with you know, with the bowling and the fielding so far.
Yeah, someone who's been rather dangerous has been, of course, Mohammad Zahid. He's been, you know, 3 wickets. That was just the one. He just took a Timor Alam, and that's just on debut, Kevin. That's quite some feat to do that, isn't it?
Yeah, he's. I know Zeddy through Graham Shaw, and with a bit of luck and wind in right direction, he'll be playing for Yorkshire. He'll be playing for Yorkshire next year in the 60s County Championship. So we're expecting big things from Zeddy, and as you say, he's bowled well. The ball that got Richard Merriman, fantastic arm ball. He just did him with the pace and the in swing from the arm ball, and yeah, he was well done with Richard. So yeah, I think once Zeddy, he's not been playing loads of cricket up in Yorkshire and Durham, but I think once he gets back into it fully, you know, you can see the potential there that he's been a quality cricketer up in that league for a lot of years.
Yeah, we spoke about it. You know, we spoke about it all summer with Rash and Matt, and you know, in terms of, we spoke about it when you were on commentary at Hamworthy last time out. You know, when it was the Lions versus the USA. This Lions, their summer so far has just been fantastic for them, just to see where they are and where this team, you know, really are testing. You know, really are like making Ed Gordon-Lennox think about those selection headaches we keep saying. But it's such a good problem to have in a way, Kev, because you've got so many players there that are really knocking on the door. Case in point being Timor Alam, who had a fantastic hit at Cheadle Hulme back in the summer.
Yeah.
And then he's a mainstay now in this over 60s first side.
Yeah, I think this is what England were hoping would happen, in that, you know, now, as we've talked about Owen many times, now that the procedures are in place to get the Lions to be pushing the England side, which hasn't happened in previous years. And as you say, with Timor, you know, what a story that is. You know, he's come from, everybody knew about him on county circuit, but to come through so quickly and cement a place with the amount of runs that he scored for England, I don't know whether that's a catch or not. I can't see.
Yeah, right in the dip there.
I think he's dropped it.
Yeah.
He's dropped Nick Gaywood, which would have been another massive wicket. That'd have had him, what, 5 down, would it? Or I'd have been nearly getting my pads on then, Owen. If you know, that'd be a sad sight. So no, it's been tremendous that the amount of players that are knocking on the door from the Lions. I think there's there's a lot of massive questions and probably a lot of interesting meetings that you'd love to be a fly on the wall during the winter. That some of these lads are going to be pushing. We know that for places to the World Cup next August, and that's how it should be. I think it's fantastic. The new lad from Essex who's bowled today, Mulholland, he's 60 next year, so he's on there. And just walking by us now is a young man called Tony Bennett.
Yeah, 102 for 4 since that wicket. The Lions really have limited England. Another run added to the total there. But yeah, it's an interesting spell this for England. On a field like this, you're looking at this, Kev, and you think, well, it varies a lot, doesn't it, in terms of where we've got this big dip to our right. There's the really far outfield as well near our side. But then Rash was mentioning in the pitch report towards that end of the wicket. My goodness, it's such a short.
Yeah, it's very
boundary.
Short there. Yeah, it's one of these you can quite easily run 3 on one side, and you look at a run a single on the other side. It's an interest. It's almost a upside down bowl is the ground. Hence, we didn't know whether the catch at deep mid on were taken or not because it dips away that much. But back to Zeddy here bowling. Yes, he's bowled a couple of loose balls and been put away, but he really does look the business. He's got a bag of tricks there with his arm balls and his slower balls and his flighted balls. And again, if he keeps going like he is, then it's more pressure on other players, which is fantastic.
Yeah, certainly. That's a lovely hit.
Yeah, that's the one he drags. Just tries to bowl it a bit quicker, and he's dragged that one down a little bit. So I'll be disappointed with that one. But I think it's Steve Aston, is it? That's come in to join Nick Gaywood, and Steve just put that one away. So hopefully, from our point of view, we can 18 overs to go. We can keep it going, put some partnerships together, and not make it too easy for the Lions. We certainly don't want to get bowled out. So yeah, it's we've all been talking over there about what's a good score. You're asking batters that have come off, Richard Merriman and Mark Eames and Martin Watkin, and it's a difficult one because they're saying it's slightly too paced. The bounce isn't quite as much as you think it's going to bounce. So at this stage, we're not 100% sure what a good score would be to defend.
Yeah, that's the interesting point there, Kev. As the ball has just reached that garden again.
Yeah, they need to be careful because I think you're supposed to knock on the door and you actually you're supposed to walk through the house and out the back door and into the garden to get the ball back. But I think the lads have decided enough of that and we're climbing over the fence. So.
Yeah, Rash was mentioning that about a past gun. He said, roughly you're looking at about almost 210, possibly on something like this, 210, 220, and it just depends once it gets to that final 5 to 10 overs for England, where they have these wickets in hand, then they can almost just go for it for those final few. Because it has been I think that's a pleasing thing for England, and for Ed Gordon-Lennox watching on, he can see that. And of course, Jason Corn, captain in the side today, they can see that and see how much of a test this has been and just how much competition there is within this wider England group. We've seen it all summer, haven't we? Those Lions games, me and Rash were saying, they were the highlights of some of the Lions versus Australia games because they were so hard, tensely fought right to the very end. Australia really had to work for that. They came off the pitch and said to me and Matt and Rash off commentary that was one hell of a test.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think the as I said at the start of this bit of commentary by myself, that it's a breath of fresh air how the Lions has progressed from where we were probably 2 years ago, where we're almost, well, let's just pick a few players and give them a game, and they've had a Lions game, and that's good for the career and everything else. Whereas now it's properly organised. It's players that are performing in county cricket that are there to, their aspirations obviously are to play for England, as it should be for any county player. But these lads are just one step away from it. So massive game for both sides, because obviously England don't want to get beaten by the Lions. The Lions want to show obviously what they can do and get some recognition and obviously get that blue cap on rather than the red cap. Even though it's a huge honour still, to play for the Lions, as you say, Owen. With 3 games against the Aussies for the Lions. I think the only one where we didn't perform well enough, which I think I played in all 3 of the Lions games against the Aussies. The only one where we fell a bit short, I thought, were at Stratford upon Avon, where we just didn't get enough runs. But the other 2 at Cheadle-Hulme and Bridge, yes, in probably 5 out of 10 of those we win and the Aussies don't, and it just shows how far the progression's come. That's Nick Gaywood there. Just Schofield drops one a little bit short, the leg spinner, and Nick Gaywood's put that one away nicely for 4 more runs.
Yeah, very nice indeed by Gaywood. Yeah, that's been the pleasing aspect of it. And where in terms of where the end of the summer comes, obviously where today and then Wales tomorrow and Scotland on Thursday, weather permitting, of course, for Wales tomorrow, because it does look quite dodgy, the weather forecast for tomorrow, unfortunately. After so much luck we've had this summer in terms of sunny weather, Kev, it's a shame that hopefully the 2 out of the 3 games won't be weather affected. It's meant to reach about 20 degrees up at Solihull on Thursday. But yeah, it's again, these tests, forget the weather for a moment. Wales and Scotland, those games, it's always an interesting test, isn't it? Because those sides, Scotland, of course, getting IMC status this summer, but Wales always providing a good test as well. It just shows how these home nations really are progressing year on year.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing. I think when there's 2 things really. You look at how Wales and Scotland have progressed. Brilliant for Scotland to get IMC status and can now go to the World Cup as a country rather than 9 of them going as the rest of the world. So that's brilliant. They're definitely progressing. We said this. Yorkshire played Scotland in a friendly at the start of the season, and we were very impressed with the way Scotland are developing. And I think you've only to look at Wales in the county championship. They've just won it, and I think obviously Yorkshire were one of the favourites, and all the favourites that everybody were predicting went out quarterfinals or semis. And I think it's, albeit it hurts that we didn't win it, I think it's fantastic for the county circuit that you had Cornwall and Wales in the final, you had Kent and Gloucester in the semi-finals. I think that's tremendous and shows how strong the county championship is, probably compared to where we were when I first come into the 60s. I think there's been massive progression on a lot of fronts. The volume of players, the amount of counties that have 2, 3, 4 teams, and you would hope that can only be good for England. That that there's a hell of a lot of players knocking on the door to try and get in trial games or Lions games, and just show the management what they can do. So. Yeah, I think looking forward, I think it's brilliant on all fronts. That
great catch there in the end. That's Steve Aston out, unfortunately, but a 5th wicket Another breakthrough for the Lions. But yes, it's 119 for 5. Now Gaywood 19 off 29. Aston 7 off 8 and he's out. That's unfortunate for him, but...
You're not playing that many games. A league season's 22 games. And like I say, this will be probably 42, 43 for me. So in some ways, yes, I am ready for a rest. It's funny, I had a conversation with Simon Ralph last night and we were saying, wouldn't it be great if we were going to Australia again in the winter, or, obviously we haven't got any winter tours planned at the moment for England or the Lions. There's a few rumours flying about there may be a tour here or a tour there, but at the moment we don't know. I don't know, I'm speaking out of turn, and you may already know this, I don't know, but there's a possibility of a Lions tour to India, and also possibly an England tour South Africa, but and if you can edit that out, if I'm going to get sacked, then that'll go down well. So yeah, I think because the Pakistan tour hasn't come off, then the management are looking at all options to try and get some sort of cricket before the start of next season, and then we have the dilemma of how do we go about the selection process. When I say we, I don't mean myself obviously, but the management, do they go with trial games again? Do they go with, shall we have a North versus South versus Midlands versus, and have 3 or 4 groups of players, and have it really strong, and so it's going to be interesting. There's some fantastic opportunities coming up, albeit it seems a long time now from end of this week until there may be some international cricket again. But I must admit, after that many games and a lot of travelling, I am ready for a break. Club cricket's finished for this season, so these are the last 3 games, and I think the body's ready for a little rest. So.
Yeah, with that World Cup fast approaching, every time we seem to come together for these cricket games, the weeks and months are going by like wildfire at the moment. It just seems to be going by ever so quick. 11 months to go till Canada. And where that looks like, Kev, every one of these games now just paints a better picture of where these, so many players, as we keep mentioning on commentary, just so many players trying to stake their claim. Like, if you look ahead to 11 months' time, there's going to be some players really knocking on the door, isn't there?
Absolutely. As much as everybody wants to be England captain, it's almost impossible to at this time. If you to pick a squad, it would be so difficult. Like you say, there's that many people that are knocking on the door that that have performed. Opportunity and experience that was, and I'm sure that Canada won't let us down in how they put on a show over there, and and do everything necessary to make it a fantastic World Cup again. So
fantastic. Okay, brilliant to have you on with us on commentary. As always, such a good insight into where this England side is and where they have been over the summer. So Kev, thank you very much for joining us as always.
Cheers, Owen. As always, pleasure.
Brilliant to hear again from Kevin Watson on the commentary desk. As we know, in that period, Zahid taking that 4th wicket of the day. The one being Steve Aston. Phil Deakin coming in. 119 for 5 as Rash Mahmood joins us. He was just watching on from the pavilion. What did you make of that little spell? It looked like England were just starting to get going again. And then Steve Aston goes.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse for the England seniors. 4 catches put down by the Lions. 2 relatively straightforward. I think the one out in the deep, Martin Ford, normally such a reliable fielder, it went straight to him. But again, Steve has to very much like the Timor Allen dismissal. Could have put it anywhere in the ground and straight to a fielder. There are some interesting looks on the England seniors in the pavilion. Just been having a chat with Palms, Mike Palmer. 210, I said, was probably a good score. He agrees. But Nick Gaywood still have 19 off 36. Now, if the Lions could just get another couple in the next 2 or 3 overs, it would be very interesting indeed.
Certainly so. Yeah, and we heard from one of the Scottish players, Tony Bennett, where it's almost a similar game happening over just behind us. It was around about where England were at 103 just a few moments ago. It was very, very similar what Wales were on for the loss of 3 wickets. So it's be interesting to see what the story is in that one. But 120 for 5 then for England, and as you say, a few interested looks, and even Kevin Watson on commentary was saying that this has really been interesting to just see this progress, as it's been such a interesting test. The Lions have really been knocking on the door and making it quite difficult for England this afternoon, which is, in a perverse sort of way, what you want out of this game, don't you? Because you want that test, don't you, in terms of these players are really all going to be knocking on the door for that World Cup, as Kev Watson mentioned. Wow. Yeah, we just heard from Ivor, the cricket aficionado, that it's 119 for 4 for Wales now. So, interesting. Similar game over there then, Rash, really, in terms of where... That's a lovely effort, isn't it? By Nick Gaywood, moves on to 25 off 38 with that one. That was fantastic, wasn't it?
Class. Absolute class from Nick Gaywood. Just straying down the leg side, a touch. Schofield. Nick Gaywood swivelling up along the ground very, very quickly to that boundary. I was talking to the great and good along the pavilion side of it, so I didn't catch comments with Watto. He's normally a good source of entertainment. What was his feelings on the summer so far? Did you manage to grab his thoughts about how he thought it had gone and what he's looking forward to? I'm sure you did.
Yeah, he was really pleased with just how the summer had gone. In terms of, he was saying he'd be glad for a bit of a rest, given this probably up to about 42, 43 games all in all for county and international, and even a few for Fairburn in that time as well, Rash. So he'll be glad for a bit of a rest, but he's been really pleased with just how positive this summer has been. You know, in terms of the amount of tests and the amount of those Lions games, as we've mentioned, have just been such a good metric to see where they are and where players can then go for this England 60s side. Just all good ahead of that World Cup in Canada, which will be fast approaching. But even he was saying, you know, he was envying didn't envy the captain, where in terms of team selection, 11 months out, it's my goodness, it's anyone's guess, isn't it, in terms of who can get in on the plane to Canada.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just caught the back end of your conversation with Kev talking about the World Cup in India. There are a lot of players during this English summer have staked a claim and certainly merit consideration. And I think that's the big thing that I take out of it. They've performed when they've been asked to perform, and it's given the management team a real headache. So a change then. Mulholland coming back, changing ends this time. He operated from the far end for his first 4.
Yeah, the great phrase that Kev Watson used, Rash, was it's giving all of these players, ones that are fairly consistent in this England over 60 side, it gives them a kick up the backside in terms of their performance. You know, maybe one game they might not have as good a performance as they would have done in recent years, but they then know they've got to be careful because there's players just absolutely knocking on the door in all areas, isn't there?
Well, there is, Owen, and a better example of that is Monty Douglas. I know Monty's had some knee injuries, and we wish Monty well, but he had a stellar 2024, an absolutely outstanding World Cup. As people who follow England have heard me say back-to-back centuries in the World Cup.
Wow.
He played exceptionally well, and then got another century, I think, against Scotland up at Hartlepool, and batted well throughout the year. Didn't quite come off for him in Australia. And with the talent coming through, he's been edged out a couple of times. So, got a player of that calibre who's not able to get into the team, albeit with injuries, of course. But people are taking their opportunities, and you've got to take your opportunities. Seniors cricket, the nature of it, obviously, is a very, very good county setup, as I've mentioned, very robust, very competitive. But the international circuit is growing. Yes, the World Cup every couple of years, and in between you have tours, if at all possible. And it's great exposure, and I think that's the thing that I take away, that these players, been on the county circuit for a while, played cricket for a number of years, they're getting the chance. And it's something that probably didn't happen a few years ago. I know Mr. Bradley's really keen to get it, and Paul Gelder, the England Lions manager appointed this year, just such a nice fella. He's so enthusiastic about it, and all the players who have represented the Lions have they've taken the chance. And like you said, they're putting pressure on the England seniors, shall we call them. And it's what you want. You've got to be able to perform, and if you're not performing, and somebody is performing in the Lions, they're going to get their call up. And I think that's the biggest thing that I take from it, is Mulholland starts from the Pavilion end with a maiden over, and a good over it was as well. If you're playing well in the Lions setup and you don't get a call up, you're going to get disheartened. But the pathway is there, and we've seen it. So the likes of Neil Brathwaite, Timor Allen, Mel Dobson played very, very well for the Lions and got the call up to the senior squad, and they've grasped the opportunity and seized it and done very, very well.
Yeah, that catch by Neil Brathwaite was plastered all over BBC local news, wasn't it? And it shows how, what a great summer it has been.
Oh, it's in the air, and that's out as well.
Great catch.
Well, Schofield takes his first wicket. Phil Deakin, he's trudging off. He's backing his crease a touch. Thickish outside edge, but well caught. England lose another wicket. And it's Phil Deakin. He's out for 2. Giving Schofield his first victim. He's bowled very, very well. Phil Deakin out for 2. Caught Mulholland off the bowling of Schofield. 128 for 6. Well, that looks like the Sheriff coming out. Big JC, Jason Corn.
That's an interesting point there, Rash, because Kev Watson did mention as well, they don't want to be bowled out here. But at the time of where we are, with just under 12 overs remaining, only 4 wickets in hand. Interesting spell this for England now.
Well, I mentioned when I came back after you were interviewing Watto that if they could winkle a wicket out, this puts an enormous amount of pressure on Nick Gaywood. As Jason Court, we've seen him. We've seen him bat many times, and to great effect. The third one-day international in Tanunda last year in Australia, him and Steve Aston. I mean, he came in, it was 91 for 6, and England in absolute disarray, and they got up to 160 something. Australia squeaking home, just 2 balls to go, and that third one international, regaining the Ashes. But yeah, we've said it all series, you must bat out your overs.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, great for Schofield in his final over to get his first wicket of the day. And all in all, not a bad innings for him. 28 runs conceded in those 9 overs coming up, so not too bad at all really in that wicket, and 3 dot balls in succession now for him.
Well, he's bowled very, very well, and particularly of note, bowling to Nick Gaywood. I mean, you've got 2 left-handers here, but Nick Gaywood, apart from one that was just slightly down the leg side that Gaywood put away expertly, slapped into the deep. Just a single. I think he could be well satisfied with his performance. His final delivery then, to complete his 9 over spell, 1 for 29 so far, with 1 maiden. And it's a nice way to finish. Well done. Yeah, gets a deserved round of applause from his teammates. Very, very good spell of bowling. 34 gone then. England seniors having been put into bat. 129 for 6, and the man out in the middle at the moment, Nick Gaywood, 26 not out of 46 deliveries, and the England skipper for today, Jason Corn. He is 1 not out of the 4 deliveries he's faced. Be interesting to know who replaces Schofield at that far end. I mean, you've got the likes of Nigel Moore. He's still got a number of overs in the bank. I think he's got 5. Haven't seen Sanjay Berry. Sanjay can turn his arm over.
Yeah, really crucial spell this for England if they are to reach a commanding total here. Of course, 129 for 6 now. As we said, 210 was par, and they're not going to be too far off that. If they reach the 200 runs is another question. We have 11 to go. They should do.
The one thing I will say, talking to the England boys who'd been out in the middle, I mean, there is a bit of turn on this pitch. It is a good track, don't get me wrong, but there is a bit of turn. So the likes of Razi Ahmed and Phil Deacon for the England seniors, when it's their turn to bowl, they'll be quite happy about that.
Yeah.
But otherwise, the track is playing very, very well indeed.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, nice day here at Dorridge. 2:15. Few dot balls to start proceedings here. As we say, sunny day with a bit of wind. And whilst we're under this acorn tree, it's a bit of a blustery one, especially when that sun goes in. But a lot better than tomorrow's forecast, let me tell you. Right. Jason Corn there. Trying to just get a partnership going for these final few overs. 10 overs to go, of course. But 3 dot balls to start it off. 26 off 46 for Gaywood. 1 off 7 for the skipper today, Jason Corn. Another delivery from debutant Mulholland to come. He's done well for himself as well, only conceding. Yeah, only 13 runs. And this is 6th over now. So that's another... As you say, Rash, you have been really pleased with this bowling performance from the Lions. Some really, really good spells.
In the main part, they bowl very, very well. Mohamed got a bit of treatment from some rank bad deliveries that deserved hitting, and they got hit by Timor Alam. But as I said when I came back, 4 drop catches. It could have been a hell of a lot worse for the England seniors. 2, I would say, regulation catches, 1 at slip and 1 out in the deep. 2 more were a bit more difficult, but the Lions have applied themselves well. They're bowled in the right areas. What I was saying to the great and the good assembled around the pavilion, I was very surprised that that short leg side boundary wasn't targeted more by the England seniors batsmen. I know Timor hit a couple, but they were full tossers. It is a very short boundary for these boys, and the powerful hitters that they are, they can, you know, clear it quite easily. It was a bit surprising. It looks like it is going to be Nigel Moore, the skipper, replacing Schofield at the far end. Schofield's figures, excellent figures. 9 overs, 1 maiden, one wicket for 29. Congratulations to him.
Yeah, fantastic from him, and even from Mulholland with that maiden over there. You know, 2.17 runs per over. That's fantastic going, isn't it? And his 6 overs that he's had.
Yeah, well, I like it. First time I've seen him live. Bowls a good line and a good length, and if you can combine the two consistently, you're not going to go for very many, because you're not giving the batsman anything to hit. You're certainly not allowing them to free their arms. So it's wicket to wicket. As Moore comes in, and Nick Gaywood just pushes that out into the offside. Fielder out at long off, and trots through for a single. 130 for 6 then.
Yeah, good hit again. But boundary prevented there. Some good fielding, actually. Another single onto the total brings England onto 131 as Nigel Moore comes in again. After 2 singles, a dot ball for him.
I think this is quite a difficult situation for Nick Gaywood, to be honest, Owen. I mean, he'll know the state of play, of course, into the last 10, but only 4 wickets remaining. Oh, nice delivery from Nigel Moore. Flighted to Nick Gaywood. Stoic in his defence, wasn't tempted to go to that short leg side boundary. Oh, he's got him. Oh, he's dropped him.
Unfortunate that for Nigel Moore, wasn't it? He had it, and then he almost had it. A few times he was about to catch it. Reminded me of a catch, well, an attempted catch attempt earlier in the summer. He had a few goes at it, but that's a shame for Nigel Moore. That would have been a brilliant 7th wicket to take for the Lions.
Well, it was a full toss, and Nick Gaywood hit it straight back to him, hit powerfully. Valiant attempt, but another one goes down. At some point, the decision's got to be made. When do you chance your arm? Because as it stands, at a run rate of 3.6, with 9 to go, you're looking at a score of maybe 175, 180. I'm not sure that'll be enough.
That would be almost one of the lowest we've seen this summer from England, actually. There or thereabouts. Still a decent command, it's an all right score to get, and with shots like that, they'll up the run rate a bit as that just goes flying past the clubhouse for 4.
Well, Jason Corn, or the Sheriff, he was christened by my co-commentator out in Perth, Mark Campbell. Nicely played. Orthodox off drive, and it flew across the boundary for 4. He moves on to 6 then. England 135 for 6.
Yeah, a score like that, Rash, would really, the Lions would look at that and be really pleased with that. And they'd have a go this afternoon and really, really go for it, wouldn't they, if it's a score below 200?
Yes, I think they would have been. I mean, it's a very talented England batting lineup, but you look at the players in, and I mentioned it when I was speaking to Nigel Moore at the toss, you look at the players that the Lions have in the batting department. Just break off as Mulholland comes in again. Gaywood elegantly plays that into the offside and trots through for another single. You've got the likes of Ian Barton, Sanjay Berry, Steve Hunt, Neil Jackson, Steve Small. No, these are no mugs. These are very, very talented cricketers. We saw Steve get a century at Dunnington, of course, against the West Indies in the second one-day international, the early part of the summer. We know how destructive Sanjay Berry can be. But I think anything under 200, and Nigel Moore will be absolutely delighted.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, be really pleased with that. You know, already you have a few. Oh, my goodness me! With a few games left for both, obviously England and the Lions this summer, this would be a scalp, wouldn't it, if they were to beat the England over 60s? Shows then, Rash, how much competitive spirit there is, how much talent there is in this Lions side, ever improving all the time.
They are, and it's the exposure to international cricket which is doing it. As I said, the step up from county level to international cricket is a big one. Yes, these are experienced cricketers. As Jason Corn just plays that into the offside, another single to the total. But it is a big step up. And yes, you can argue that maybe the opposition that they faced that bookended the summer, i.e. the USA, or the West Indies and USA, weren't of the highest calibre, but you're still got to go out and perform. And they have done. And it just gives them more and more confidence. Of course, playing in this fixture, having been selected against the England senior team, they've got nothing to lose, have they? And apart from, you know, some drop catches, I think they've played very, very well. And they've put the England senior team under pressure. There have been some bad deliveries, which you would expect, and they've been dispatched, but for the most part, it's been good discipline bowling. Some nice catches taken. Some did want back, of course. But Nigel Moore. In he comes then. And just played back down the pitch to him by Jason Cornton. There's no run. It's the exposure to international cricket and playing against very, very talented players. And you can only develop and get better. And as you mentioned earlier in the broadcast about the USA, they will have learnt a lot from this tour. Yes, they got a few hammerings. And England teed off. I see record scores. But it's about recognising where you are in a game, what you can do to affect it. And when you've got, what's Matt's favourite saying? When you've got the, is it foot on the neck? When you've got the foot on the neck. That's a nice shot. Cool. It's played into the offside. Nice bit of fielding though, with the boot. I think that's Chris Palmer there. You don't let up.
Yeah. It's those sort of games, Rush, where come the World Cup, come, you know, there's that unknown territory when you're playing in, you're not used to the, you know, the climate in terms of where you are, if it be India or if it be Canada next summer, where you play the likes of the USA or West Indies, and it could end up being a bit of a banana skin. So you've got to take every country on their merit, haven't you, really?
You do, and England found that in the World Cup. They were arguably in the easier group of the two, but they opened up against a very, very powerful Kiwi outfit. And they played exceptionally well to open up their World Cup campaign. And then games against Canada, very, very high scoring game. Canada played exceptionally well. Zimbabwe, then South Africa, when Nick Newman and Monty Douglas went absolutely crackers. Then they got to the semi-final, and you know, different playing conditions, and it was a laboured win over Sri Lanka in this, and Australia should progress out of their respective groups. Wherever they're placed, but you've got the likes of New Zealand, a very, very competitive team. You've got the likes of Pakistan. Sri Lanka showed that they're no mugs either. I would expect improvement from Canada. You've got Wales who are going to be there, of course. They played magnificently well. Apart from one blowout game against the Australians, they performed magnificently well in that World Cup. So it's going to be interesting. But you need exposure at the international level, because it is markedly different.
Yeah, it's all those different factors you've got to have into account, and that's when these tours, when you are able to go abroad for a tour, or when a team can then come over here, you know, vice versa in that sense, they're acclimatised into these different climates. So when it comes to when it was very hot in the likes of Australia and India, those sort of climates where you can really just alter your cricket game, because it is different to playing on it still takes out here on a day like this, but my goodness, when it's a good almost 20 degrees hotter, my goodness, Rash, it must be quite the test.
Yeah, I mean, 38 degrees, I think it was in Donnybrook when we played, and I think that was back-to-back games. It was tough for the players, tough for the officials. What I will say is more and more teams, and we saw it with Pakistan, who toured last summer, I mean, the likes of Sajid Mohammed and Salim Malik, the great Salim Malik, were in that Pakistan squad. Saeed Zahir Abbas's brother, you know, some really good players. And what you're finding now is that those players who have played international cricket, I mean, Salim Malik with 383 appearances for Pakistan. My wife Mel gave him out LBW against Yorkshire. He wasn't happy. But I think what you're finding now is that these players who maybe retired from international cricket, they've got a path where they can actually see that they can still prolong their career. And I think you'll see more and more teams have ex-international players playing for them. And with the growth of the Masters cricket in the respective countries, and it is growing worldwide, you're going to see more competition, and hopefully that brings the teams on, and we get a very, very well regarded and competitive World Cup. And it was certainly a World Cup that was competitive in 2024 in Chennai.
Yeah, and the interesting element with teams like at over 60s level, I remember when we had Richard Merriman on commentary, and we had the likes of, you know, he was saying he's at the tail end of the 60s group now, and, you know, you see some players where, you know, it's an ever-changing group. With the likes of Australia, I remember a few of them were mentioning, Dud Murphy was saying to them, that could maybe be an ever-changing team ahead of where they might be come next August. So it's like, it's those sort of, that's where these teams are going to have to adapt, and where, you know, some big impact players might not be at that World Cup, Rash.
Shot.
That's a fantastic effort, isn't it? Wow. Yeah, and as on for sits.
Oh, Gaywood, stop it. Ridiculous.
Brilliant.
Well, just a couple of steps down the wicket by Nick Gaywood, and it's just a flick, and that has gone out of the ground, folks. It has gone absolutely miles. Well, this might be the turning point. He moves on to 37 with that 6, and it was absolutely effortless. Shot of the day. So in the World Cup last year, they introduced new players. We had the Ashes series, some more new players. And speaking to them, in the early part of their 60s, yeah, they can play 60s, but it gives them a pathway at 65s. there is a big difference between playing at 62 and 65, Owen. And that's what Australia are very, very good at, refreshing and regenerating their squads. Well, that squirts off the outside edge by Gaywood as he looks to come forward. Straight to the fielder, and there's no run. So Masters cricket is growing, and if you can have that international or intermediate age group, 60, 65, I know it's happening in the 50s, you're just going to get more and more players through. And also, it gives those who are playing in the 50s, or coming to the end of their 50s career, all right, I've got an opportunity to play for the 60s. So it's all progressing really well, but it takes a lot of work. And it takes a lot of buy-in from your national boards as well, of course.
Certainly. After that six from Gaywood, Nigel Moore's just shored it up a little bit. Freed up balls in succession. 2 more deliveries to come for him, and this is 7th over. Just over 5 to go then in this one, and England at 149 for sits.
Yeah, nobody's moving for that. 4. And Nick Gaywood just demonstrating again to Nigel Moore. With that boundary, the 150 up for England. That was a lovely shot, beautifully controlled. So ended that Nigel Moore over. 40 overs gone here. 5 more to go then. England seniors having been put into bat. 153 for 6. Nick Gaywood, 6 and a 4 in that over. He moves on to 41 off 63 deliveries. Jason Colt, the skipper for today. He's on 10 off 23.
Yeah, 5 to go then. England now at 153 for sits, so look to maybe just try and speed it up a little bit. Try and go a bit of hell for leather for these final 5. Now they've still got 4 wickets in hand. Rash with 5 to go, so yeah, it's an interesting one. They want to be able to reach that 200 mark, don't they? I would have thought, but it's still a bit of a tall task. They still need some good 4s and 6s here, really, to reach that.
I think set your target, get up to 180 first, see where you are. If you're there in with a couple of overs to go, that's a good bit of bowling by Mulholland. Jason Court genuinely beaten outside the off stump, prodding forward. Good take by Simon Ralph. Bails off in a flash. But yeah, try and get up to 118 if you've got a couple of overs to go. 18, 20 balls left. Nick Gaywood can do a lot of damage if he's still out there with 18 balls to go. Well, hopefully 4 more deliveries from this Mulholland over. We'll see him bowled out. Being impressed with him. 0 for 23. 2 maidens so far.
Yeah, Nick Gaywood, second on the all-time run list for England over 60s. Now, with his 41 today, is on 1,163. Yeah. A fair, fantastic return from him. Still about 100 behind Merriman, but he's knocking on that door, isn't he, of Richard Merriman?
Well, he just checked his stroke there. He shot Nick Gaywood. 1 bounce to the fielder, out at long on. Another single to him. 155 for 6 then.
Two more deliveries then of this Mulholland over, who's had a really good debut for the Lions side. Only 25 runs in those 9, fantastic from him. Make that 26 of that single, but 1 more delivery then to come. Gaywood on 42.
End of the over and a good spell from Vince Mulholland. 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 26. And gets a deserved handshake from skipper Nigel Moore. I fancy he's going to bowl from this pavilion end. He's still got a couple of overs up his sleeve. Change of ends for him then.
Yeah, 4 to go. Here at Dorridge as we approach 25 to 3 here this afternoon. Lovely day here in the West Midlands. A nice crowd forming as well. It was 2 games for the price of 1. Where Wales and Scotland are. We'll have to get an update on what the score is there. And this, the Tri-Nations. Oh, that's up in the air. Gotta be careful with that. Oh, he's fell over, but has he caught it? No, it's a sit. Again, it's where that dip, and it's he's done it with that. Did he miss that? This is where that me and Kev Watson had a similar, catch where it went right down that far end. You just couldn't see it with that dip.
Yeah, I think he actually caught it and went over the boundary. It's hard to tell because there is a dip here, and from our commentary position, which where the batsmen are batting at the pavilion end, where sort of backwards deep square leg, so it is very difficult for us to see. We could follow the trajectory of the ball, and the fielder got there. I think he actually caught it, but went over the boundary. And 6 signalled by umpire Taylor.
So yeah, Nigel Moore in this is penultimate over. .39 runs. But for England, at 162 at the moment. 3.5 overs to go. They'll just be hoping to, as you say, as Rash mentioned, that target of 180. See where they are. We've got 2 overs, maybe 1 and a bit to go. Who knows? But sixes like that, they won't go too far wrong. It's been resolute. It's been resolute fielding, resolute bowling by this Lions outfit. Moore comes in again. Good fielding as he was chasing that ball down. Where that boundary rope seems to be like a mirage, never ending. But it's good for the field inside as they can just chase down that ball. Gotta be quick to it though. 2 on that second ball then. Moves England on to 164 for sits.
Well, these two came together when the score was 128. So they've progressed it quite nicely. Now then, Nick Gaywood. He's just having a look. The fielder's going back on the 45. Deep fine leg, with a deep square leg, deep wideish mid wicket. Nick Gaywood just plays it into the offside. Single taken. 165 for 6. 6 for 6. 166 for 6.
Nigel Moore to close out this over then, and that will be a Another run to add to the total. Jason Courtman will move on to 22 off 32 deliveries. Moves England on to 167 for 6 with 3 overs to go then at Dorridge. Just a reminder that the Tri-Nations games against Wales and Scotland, as it stands, set to take place tomorrow. England and Scotland at Solihull Municipal Cricket Club at midday. England Lions and Wales at Blossomfield Cricket Club at the same time of midday. And on Thursday, the 18th of September this week, closing out the international summer, England versus Wales, slightly earlier start time of 11 AM at Solihull Municipal Cricket Club. And England versus the Lions versus Scotland at Warmley Cricket Club. If you can get to any of those games to see out this international cricket in summer, please do, because it'll be a great standard and a great advert, as this whole summer has been for over 60s cricket. Or if you can't, join us from the comfort of your own home on the England Over 60s YouTube channel.
So Chris Palmer comes back from the pavilion end. Jason Court just chops into the offside. 1 more to the total. Nigel Moore doing the fielding. 168 for 6 then.
Two singles to start off that Bowmer over. 1 wicket for 26. Another single will be added. It will turn out to be a 4. Fantastic, really. Great from the skipper, Jason Corns, the sheriff, as mentioned earlier. Bowmer into Cornt again. Yeah, they will go for that. Not to try and possibly have 2 runs out of that, they will. Moves England on to 175 for 6, with 2.2 overs to go. Last delivery then of this Bowmer over. And the Len with a top ball leaves England on 175 for 6 with 2 overs to go here.
Nigel Moore then to complete his final over from the far end.
Wow.
That just got miles. Well, you can just see the pictures. That person.
Great spectator go over it there, Rush. And that's the 50 up for Nick Gaywood.
Yeah, and a very good 50 as well. Off 68 deliveries, started quite slowly, but 2 sixes and 4 fours. But the 6 he hit previously straight down the ground. That was just dismissive from him. He just stood there and flicked it, and it's gone a long way, that, folks. It really has. Minimum amount of effort.
Four fours, 2 sixes in that 50. Fantastic from Nick Gaywood. Brilliant. Brilliant from him. Nigel Moore then. Gaywood wants to make it the Gaywood show in these final few overs. Fantastic from him again, Rash.
Yeah, it's the timing. It's a couple of steps down the wicket, Owen, but he hasn't tried to hit it. It's pure timing. He just backs himself, and it's flown away. One bounce across the boundary rope for 4. Oh, that's gone as well. There's a fielder there. Oh, just evades him. The outstretched hand. 4 more to Gaywood then. 6-4-4. Good effort out in the deep. Very, very powerfully hit.
Yeah, just what England needed in these final few overs, just to try and get them ever closer to that 200 run mark. If Nick Gaywood's got anything to say about it, especially in this over, 14 off 3 deliveries, fantastic from him so far.
This is what he can do.
Yeah.
I said if he was there with 18, 20 balls to go, but just the 12 deliveries to come. 9 now. He's hit 14 off these. First 3 from Nigel Moore. I said he was eyeing up that leg side boundary. And when he's in this sort of mood, Nick Gaywood, he's incredibly difficult to bowl to.
Yeah.
Nigel Moore doing his best. He'll be mindful of the fact that he doesn't want to give him anything, short or wide and free his arms. But then you've got the problem, he'll just dance down the pitch like he did and just smack it straight over your head. Oh, and then he plays something like that. Reverse from Nick Gaywood.
Mike Palmer's going for that.
4 more. It was a full toss. On it very, very quickly. And played the reverse. Backwards a square leg for 4. 18 from the over so far. He moves on to 62 from 71. He's gone again, Gaywood. He's gone big. That's straight. That's straight to the fielder, though. That brings into a very, very good innings from Nick Gaywood. This time, caught out in the deep, right on the boundary edge. He goes for 62. The seniors lose their 7th wicket and score 193. But a very, very good innings from Nick Gaywood, and he should get a well-deserved round of applause as he goes in. Caught Steve Small off the bowling of Nigel Moore. 62 off 72 deliveries. 7 fours and 2 sixes. Well done, Nick Gaywood.
Yeah, very, very good indeed from Nick Gaywood. Moving him all time onto 1,184 runs for the England over 60s. That's absolutely fantastic. But they just had to, the Lions had to stop the Nick Gaywood show because it could have got out of hand these last 2 overs.
Well, it still might get out of hand.
That's right.
I think Jason Court might be on strike, but that looks like Razi Ahmed to me. Now, he never knows where the ball's going, but he can hit a long ball, Razi. Seen him do it on numerous occasions. course, one of the heroes, along with Simon Routh. The tour down under last year. 51 from 5 overs the two batsmen put on to get England home in that fourth one day.
And after the Nick Gaywood Super Show, 193 for 7. With 1 over to go. 7 off that 200 run mark then. With 3 wickets in hand, 6 balls to go. Bowmer. Crisp.
Bowlers not in action today. They still have the likes of Phil Deakin, Jason Corn, Razzie Ahmed, Kevin Watson, Mel Dobson. So it's pretty powerful, but you're always going to miss players of the calibre of Mel Hussain and Mike Palmer.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a blow to not have them in the squad this afternoon here at Dorridge. As Rash mentioned, still a fantastic outfit are England, and with 4 deliveries left of this innings. 194 for 7. Ahmed still yet to go off the mark, but here he is. He'll be back in on strike again. In it comes from Bowmer. And they will get off the mark there, Razzie Ahmed. 195 for 7.
It's his backlift that gets me, Razzie. The only other player I've seen do that is the wonderful, wonderful player from Australia, Glenn Pearce.
Yeah, 2 to go then. 195 for 7. Positive stuff from Bowmer. Jason Dortmund.
Razzie Ahmed, absolutely no attention whatsoever. He's run out. He's run out. Went straight to Steve Hunt. Threw the ball back to Chris Bowmer. At the bowler's end, with Razzie well out of his ground. As Owen said, the 8th wicket. It looks like Watto.
He said he might have to get his pads on, and he will do.
Yeah, he's playing for his average again, isn't he? Oh, Watto. Won't be on strike, however.
Yeah, that's always find it quite funny in cricket when that happens. When right at the end of the order, right at the end of the innings.
He would have been first in queue for sandwiches, Watto, wouldn't he? He was sitting there minding his own business. You can go on, Razzie.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. A few spots of rain have just come down. Hopefully nothing too serious. That's a good hit. Another single. They want another run out of that, but England will finish on 196 for 8 then. So they are prevented the 200 in the end, and Nigel Moore will be happy with that. Really, really pleased with that. We're only rash that that 200 mark wasn't reached in the end, even though in that last over, that Nick Gaywood, fantastic performance, and what a run he had, 62 runs in the end. But, 196 for 8. The Lions will be best pleased with that, and as I mentioned just a few minutes ago, they will have a really good go at this come about 45 minutes' time.
They will indeed. That's a par score of 210. They're not far off it. I mentioned during the commentary, it could have been a hell of a lot worse for the seniors. A number of catches dropped. I think it was 5 in the end. Just run you through that England batting. So losing the toss, being put into bat by Nigel Moore, and England opened up with the right-hand, left-hand combination of Richard Merriman and Mark Eames, and they got off to a decent start. 12 overs that completely befuddled him, and I think he was still playing on his mind when he missed. Zahid, he was clean bowled for 8. Timor Alam, he was the next man to go. The score had just passed the 100 mark, 101, 24.4 overs. He was caught, could have put the ball anywhere from a full toss from Mohammad Zahid. Hit it straight to Nigel Moore, who took a good catch low down. He was out for 31. And Steve Aston, again, got a delivery that he could have put anywhere, giving Zahid his third victim. Caught Vince Mulholland, he was out for 7. Phil Deakin, scorer progressed on to 128. Again, another victim for Mulholland, a nice catch off the bowling of Charles Schofield, he went for 2. Jason Corn and Nick Gaywood then, that's very, very well indeed. Nick Gaywood playing some delightful shots, reaching a well-earned 50. He was caught out in the deep, and the score progressed to 193 for the loss of the 7th wicket. Gaywood out for 62 off 72 deliveries with 7 fours and 2 wonderful, wonderful sixes. And then Razi Ahmed run out, and Kevin Watson coming out for the last ball. So England reaching 196 for 8 off their allotted 45 overs. And I'll just quickly run you through the bowling figures. Chris Baumer, impressive again for me. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 35. Vince Mulholland, again, very impressive. First time I've seen Vince. 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 26. Nigel Moore, the skipper, a bit expensive. They got his wicket in the end, and it's the prize wicket of Nick Gaywood. 9 overs, no maidens, 1 wicket for 62. Mohammad Zahid got a bit of tap from Timor Alam, but 9 overs, no maidens, 4 for 41. Can be well pleased with that on his debut. And Charles Schofield, he bowled very, very well from the far end. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 29. So there you go, folks. We'll be back in about 45 minutes' time. The England seniors, having lost the toss and been put into bat against the England Lions, reached 196 for 8. So 197, the target for the England Lions. They come out. It's well within their range. Should be an absolute crackerjack of an afternoon. Join us in about 45 minutes from myself, Rash Mahmood, and Owen Mason will bring you ball-by-ball coverage of this first match in the Tri-Nations, England Cricket Seniors and the England Lions.
Hello again, everybody. Back here at Dorridge Cricket Club here in the West Midlands, as it's the start of the Tri-Nations series, and we've seen so far this afternoon England, the over 60s, put in a score of 196 for the loss of 8 wickets. And up come the Lions then to see if they can reach that target of 197. Joining me, Owen Mason, is Rash Mahmood. Rash, welcome back after the tea break. What did you make of that? That was an interesting first innings, wasn't it?
Yeah, good afternoon, Owen. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, I think it was an exceptional display by the England Lions. It could have been so much better, though. 7 catches they put down. And as it turned out, if you drop someone of the calibre of Nick Gaywood 3 times, he's going to punish you at some point. And he did, with a magnificent half-century. But they can be well pleased for keeping this very, very powerful England seniors batting line-up to under 200. And they've certainly got the players in this Lions team who can score well and score quickly. It's going to be Kevin Watson to start off for England then from the pavilion end. That's a nice start, turn into the leg side. Boundary to get the Lions up and running.
It's a great cheer from the Lions, wasn't it? Just on the by the clubhouse, they were loving that.
Yeah, Martin Ford. He's not going to miss out on that. And it is a short boundary to the right-handers, batting at the far end. As I said, it's only about 55 metres in total. Huge boundary on the offside. Good start for the Lions.
Yeah, Watson doing well. 2 dot balls after Martin Ford opened with that boundary.
Well, the England Lions boys, having been out there in the first innings, there is a bit of turn on the pitch, but there's no movement through the air as such, and you see there's very little off the pitch. There was a bit of turn. Charles Schofield bowled very, very well and genuinely got the ball to turn. Mohamed Zaid, he got the ball to turn as well. Now, England do possess some very good spinners in the likes of Phil Deakin and Mel Dobson. But if they just apply themselves, the Lions boys, very powerful batting lineup that they've got. This target of 197, well within their reach. As Watson comes in again. Just drops short of Phil Deakin at first slip. Not sure if that came off the bat or the bottom of Martin Ford's boot.
Yeah, not a bad over so far from Watson after that boundary. Yeah, made that 5 dot balls. And a 4 then. So the Lions, 4 for naught to kick us off here at Dorridge in this second innings. And now we can now get clarification.
Clearing that up for us.
So it's almost like a friendly in that case then, Rash, with it being both England sides, isn't it? But that competitive nature's still flowing, isn't it, as we've seen all this afternoon.
I don't think there's anything friendly about it myself, but the England skipper, the Sheriff Jason Corn, he's going to operate from the far end. Steve Small, good summer for Steve as well. A striking debut in the game against Scotland, and then a very, very good century against the West Indies in the second one-day international at Dunnington. He's a good player.
Yeah, this is what England have to do to keep the Lions out. Every ball since that Martin Ford opener has been a dot ball, and that's, you know, if it's one thing that Jason Corn likes, he likes a maiden.
Well, he's normally very, very economical, is Jason. Wicket to wicket. Normally doesn't offer you very much at all. Unbeaten outside the off stump that time. Right on cue. Very, very reliable, very dependable.
So yeah, Steve Small yet to get off the mark for the Lions. With that, Maiden for the skipper Jason Corn leaves the Lions where they started the over, 4 for naught.
Yeah, good start by the skipper. 5 balls right on target. Just the 5th ball of the over, slightly outside off stump, and Steve Small had a little nibble at it. Good start from the skipper. 4 without loss then. 2 gone here at Dorridge Cricket Club. The target for these England Lions, 197. Kevin Watson to continue from the pavilion end.
Yeah, we're going to hope to get some Lions players on the commentary, similar to how Kevin Watson was on earlier. That's a great shot to stop the rot in terms of dot balls.
Long chase for Marquise.
Yeah.
Coming back for 3. Yeah, nicely played by Martin Ford. Very, very good player. Both sides of the wicket. It's a bit of width offered by Watson. He's onto it very, very quickly. Lofted but perfectly safe. He moves on to 7, and the score moves on to 7. There's Steve Small. He's about to face up his first delivery from Kevin Watson.
Yeah, he wants to get off the mark, does Steve Small. In comes Watson then. A dot ball to prevent that. Worcestershire's finest, of course, Steve Small.
He's another one, as you were saying, took his chance. Called up in the summer, made his debut against Scotland, and then, as I said, wonderful, wonderful century at Dunnington against the West Indies. And himself and Paul Rodgers, that first one-day international at Littleborough against the Aussies. Chasing 251, 106 for no wicket. That's a lovely shot. Square on the offside. He's off the mark. It's himself and Paul. That's a lovely shot. Square on the offside. He's off the mark. It's himself and Paul, who's not here this week. Batted very, very well, and then we had 20 to Littleborough. 106 for no. Qualities. Very, very good player. Technically gifted.
Yeah. 2 right there, Rash, and that comes the end of that over. 8 for naught. As the Lions require another 189 runs to win, to reach that 197 target. Not unattainable by any stretch of the imagination. I was hearing little tidbits of information. Pretty confident ahead of this innings.
Yeah, they should be. They've just got a bat. They're here on merit. They're picked because they're good players, and they have been for a number of years. is do the basics right, do the fundamentals right, and if you do that, that's a wide delivery from Jason Corn. Just wait for umpire Taylor to signal, and wide signalled. So 1 more to the total, and they scampered through for a single. So they move on to 10 without loss. Yeah, just apply yourself, do what you've been doing. That score of 197, as you say, Owen, well within their reach.
Yeah, as you say, bat sensibly, and that's been a. You mentioned that funny half an hour, didn't you, at Littleborough? And there's been so many little times that's happened this summer. You think back to Fairburn, you think back to different places like that, where cricket is such a funny game. Where in this, where the Lions are now, as you say, they just need to stick in and bat sensibly. Try and form a really good partnership here between Ford and Steve Small. Bat out your overs.
Yeah, it's not a prohibitive run rate at the start. It's hovering somewhere around 4.5, 4.4. Yeah, that's not going to worry them at all. It's staying there, applying yourself. If the bad ball come, try and put them away. If not, try and rotate the strike. We've said it all summer. If that happens, suddenly you're at 4, 5, 6 and over, 7 and over without really trying. It's easy for us to say that, sat here, of course. But don't get overawed by it. Yeah, you are playing the England seniors, but you know them. You've played against them for a number of years. You know what they're all about.
Yeah, so apart from that wide, 4 dot balls for Jason Corns. 2 more deliveries to come then because of that extra delivery. Here he comes again then.
Well, Martin Ford is looking very quizzically at Taylor. That was outside leg stump. Not signalled a wide.
Yeah, positive again from the skipper. Moves the Lions 10 for naught. Really are limiting the Lions in these early overs. Well, just need to keep cranking up the pressure. And in comes Kevin Watson again. There's a few calls from behind us from the Wales-Scotland game. It's happening just behind us. Of course, all 4 of these sides will meet in a round robin over the next few days, weather permitting, of course. Watson into Steve Small and another dot ball to start things off. Watson in again then. That's another dot ball, 3 in a row. To start this, his 3rd over. This is what we've been pleased with England all summer, isn't it? Players like Kevin Watson, the calibre of Kevin Watson, Jason Corn, that's up in the air. Oh, no, we'll go for 4.
Yeah, bit loose from Steve Small. That wasn't in perfect control of it. We saw him get out to a similar shot at Fairbairn. Hitting one straight to Darren Smith. The fielder out there, I can't tell you who it was, but seemed to overrun the ball. And there he is in the Bondo look.
Yeah.
Who is it down there? Can you see? Plenty time. Oh, beaten that time though. Good end to the over. 5 overs gone then. 197 the target for these Lions. 14 without loss.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant stuff. So far, as we kick things off here at Dorridge in this second innings, I can now say that joining Rash Mahmood will be Ian Barton. So, I'll join you back in a few more overs, Rash. See you in a bit.
Thank you, Wayne. Well, what a rare treat. We've got a professional broadcaster joining us. Not the rank amateurs like me and Owen. The voice of the Northwest. Oh, Ian, you well? He just gets himself sorted out, get his headphones on. We'll get on to why I did mention that, if for those of you who aren't aware. But Jason Combs going to continue from the far end then. Martin Ford on strike, and that's outside the off stump. Taken by Steve Aston, and there's no run. Well, welcome in. Good to have you alongside us.
Great to be here. Thanks for asking me to come on for a few minutes.
Yeah, you're more than welcome. But you are a legitimate broadcaster, are you not?
I am a little bit. Yeah, I am. Yeah. I do work a little bit for radio, BBC Radio Lancashire Sport, and we have a cricket show like every Wednesday night through the summer, covering local cricket. Obviously in Lancashire it's really strong, and county cricket and national cricket, just all things cricket, and it's really good actually that the BBC, the Lancashire Sport, actually put the funding in to do that, because there's a really big interest in cricket in Lancashire, as you know, and it's nice that we can profile, you know, the local lads who've done well at a weekend, and it's proved a really good vehicle for local cricket, to be honest, and I'm really happy to work on the show every Wednesday.
And how did you get involved with that?
Yeah, well, I'd been on a couple of times as a guest, because obviously different people get asked on every week to guest over the years, and I think I was quite lucky that I was chairman at Dorridge Cricket Club at the time, and we, if you win the Palace Shield Premier League, the chairman has to speak and thank the committee of the Palace Shield for the work they put in, and I did so, and luckily people, I think from the show, were maybe in the audience. There's probably 200 or 300 people there, and they must have thought that I spoke quite well, because what I did, instead of just waffling on about your club, because your club's won the league, I did actually talk about the volunteers who keep every league going, and without volunteers running a league and running clubs, we've no cricket.
Absolutely. Well, just a couple of deliveries to go. There's that Jason Combs delivery, signalled a wide. There was a chance. Edge from Steve Small. Not sure it carried all the way to Phil Deacon at slip.
It was very low, wasn't it? It's really difficult from this angle. There was lots of groans, so it may well have carried.
Oh, that pops up. No harm done though.
I think it's quite good for the Lions in the fact that we've got left and right hand, because Jason obviously likes the ball to the way he bowls it outside, hangs it outside off stump really to the right hand, just a little bit of movement away, and obviously he's got to alter his line now to right hand, left hand.
Any of that Jason Combs over then? 6 gone here at Dorridge Cricket Club. 19 without loss. Martin Ford 9 not out. Steve Small 6 not out. How have you enjoyed your time in and around the setup this summer? You've been playing cricket for a number of years. People know your qualities, but it must be nice to get the recognition finally and playing international standard cricket.
Yeah, it's to be honest, it's been fantastic, and I've said that to anybody who's asked me about it. I just think it's an incredible, vehicle for people of our age, over 60, to still be playing competitive cricket. On beautiful grounds and great wickets, and you're mixing with really like-minded lads, and it's a wonderful vehicle for mental health. I've said this many times, to be able to do something that you've always loved doing and still be able to do it at my age and our age is just wonderful. And it's I think it's only going to get bigger, to be perfectly honest. I think it's age group cricket is, from certain, I think it's difficult at 40s because everybody's still working, and you've got to play midweek and whatever, but certainly 50s cricket and 60s and 70s, there's more and more lads and who were really keen cricketers who still want to play.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I mean, over 3,500 registered players in the over 60s. I think that's testament to it. Very robust in the competitive county championship in all 4 divisions.
It's absolutely sensational, the standard, and just the fact that like you say, some counties are putting 4
divisions.
It's absolutely sensational, the standard. And just the fact that, like you say, some counties are putting 4 teams out at over 60s. 4, that's brilliant. I know Lancs we have 2, and I mean Yorkshire really to effect maybe have 3 or 4, because if Yorkshire Ridings, I know it's a big county, but a lot of clubs, I think Surrey and Kent, it's just amazing that so many people want to play, and like I say, I think it'll keep growing.
Well, let's hope it does. And like yourself and your colleagues who battle away through the county championship year after year, you get the exposure on the international stage. It's well deserved, good recognition for all your efforts.
Yeah.
And it's been really good to see this Lions team develop during the summer. I've been really impressed under the stewardship of Jason Corns, of course.
Yeah.
It's great to see these players. I've watched them for a couple of years, and they're getting the recognition and taking the chances. And there is a pathway into the senior squad now, and you get rewarded for your performances, which may not have happened in the past for a variety of reasons.
Yeah. I think the reason for that is, like I say, I'm into the first team at Lancashire, but I'm superb cricketers there are all over the country at 60 plus, and there's great cricketers still at 70 plus, let alone 60, and I think with the England setup, I said this previously when I played against the USA, but it's so easy to criticise, and everybody does criticise. Why is Fred Bloggs not in? Why is Harry Smith not in? Why is he in? Why is he? The bottom line is there's so many good players, and to be fair, I think England could probably put out, I'd say 4 or 5 first teams. Seriously, I do, and compete against any nation, because it's so well structured. Is the county championship? If you've got 32 teams in the maybe more, is it 34 maybe? I mean, that's just amazing, and to have so many teams competing. And I looked at this year, and I actually phoned the Cornwall skipper up actually on the day of the game. The day after they got through to the final. I just thought absolutely fantastic that Cornwall have got through to the national final, first team final, and they were nowhere a couple of years ago, and now they've got a really good side.
Yeah, it just shows there's a lot of work. As Jason Corn sends down another wide, they've done a lot of work over the last few years, and Trevor Lee, who we know very well from the Silver Stumps podcast. It's Hugh Rogers. They've got a good squad down there, and they've been building, and the investments. And the investment in time, I think, more than anything, because it's not a monetary thing, but you can see how well they're going, and oh, goodness me, they had some tough games, but there was no easy ride to the final, and they got there, and just one game too far, and congratulations to Wales on winning the championship for the first time. But the traditional powerhouses, Yorkshire, Lancashire, Essex, Warwickshire, all fell by the wayside.
I think we all went out in the quarter-finals, didn't we? The 4 quarter-finals, and obviously we were very despondent and getting beat at Kent. But then when the scores came through, and all the 4 favourites got beat, I would say, in those quarter-finals.
They did. I was at the Yorkshire Gloucestershire game.
Yeah.
wonderful game of cricket. Yorkshire fully in control, and then it just unravelled. And congratulations to Gloucestershire. But we were following Yorkshire down at Kent and Wales. I think we're playing Middlesex, who had been on a tremendous run at the end of the season. I think it just augurs well for the continued growth of 60s cricket, and an impartial thing. It's good to see one of the big four not get there, and I don't mean that in a nasty way.
No, to be fair, and I agree 100% with that. Obviously, I was desperate to win for Lancs, and we had a bad day at Kent or whatever. But I actually thought that next night, I thought, well, that's just brilliant. The fact that we've got four of the lesser counties to turn over the four bigger ones, and it can only be good for the development of over 60s cricket. And I just see a pathway now as well. You know, when you've got your over 50s, Lancashire won the over 50s, beat Yorkshire in the final, low scoring game. Lancashire's bowling attack for over 50s is ridiculous. Just fantastic.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, it certainly is. And I know from going up and down the country, and we were fortunate, and I've said it on the broadcast, to have one of the Lions matches against Australia at my home club at Outerbridge, and the people there came out and supported it, but they were absolutely amazed at the standard. They thought it was going to be dibbly-dobbly bowling, and you know, you've got Billy Blair coming down and absolutely wanging it down. Some really, really good cricket on display. That's a nice shot by Steve Small. Width offered by Watson on this occasion. Gobbled up by Steve Small.
That's good to see. It's a good, the standard. I went to watch. I think I watched the Lions game. No, I watched two England games at Littleborough. It's the closest ground to us. It's still a while from where I live, but just fantastic to see the standard. I also thought today, I don't know what your thoughts are on today, because obviously the Lions, there's a few players obviously not available for the full side, injuries and whatever else, and I think certainly both opening bowlers for England Lions today on debut, I thought were very impressive, weren't they?
We were saying it in Coventry, and as debuts go, they were excellent. Mohamed Zaid, he got a bit of tap from Timor. I mean, it was a bit of like deer in the headlights bowling to him, but he's an incredibly difficult
for England Lions today on debut. I thought were very impressive, weren't they?
We were saying it in Coventry, and as debuts go, they were excellent. Mohamed Zaid, he got a bit of tap from Timor. I mean, it was a bit of like deer in the headlights bowling to him, but he's an incredibly difficult batsman to bowl to.
He's bowling leg spin, which is, as we all know, is a difficult art to bowl. He certainly bowls in out the top back of his hand. Yeah, it doesn't turn that much, to be fair, but he gets a lot of top spin and he bowls so accurately.
He does. It's a really good point, because he does have the ability to turn the ball. We were noticing it on commentary and being leg spinner myself, and I could see it. But it's the variation of flight.
Yeah.
You'll see an exponent of it, a variation of flight. Someone you know very, very well, Phil Deakin, when Deeks comes on to bowl. It doesn't turn the ball a massive amount, Deeks, but it's the variation of pace and flight, and it's going to get you wickets. Yeah. It just is. I thought Charles bowled very well, but the whole bowling unit, I thought were exceptional.
I also thought Chris opening up. Chris bowled I think 6 or 7 overs, didn't he, on the bounce from the top end, and initially he just struggled a little bit with his length because he was coming downhill, wasn't it? And he bowled a bit full that first over, but after that he bowled so well, and he was really swinging the ball. And the lads were just saying over there, the England lads, when you've got a bowler who's actually an opening bowler who does get movement.
You're saying that. Martin Ford, it's straight to mid-wicket. I think that's Mel Dobson, who's taking a regulation catch. He'll be disappointed. Was there to hit. Hit it straight to the fielder. The first wicket goes down for the Lions. The score on 29. It's Martin Ford.
Yeah, he was really disappointed, Martin. You could see he threw his head back, didn't he, in disgust, because he middled it and he hit it head high straight to mid-wicket. And up to now, to be fair, there's not been much threat, has there, really? And that's sort of a half volley on leg stump that's got a wicket. But we can't say too much, because I think we got a few wickets with half trackers and whatever. Just going back onto our bowling, and I think talking about Zed, he could be an unbelievable bowler for 60s for England. He's such a great bowler, but at the moment he's 60, but he tries to bowl too many balls, different balls for me, and I think you've probably spotted that.
Yeah, it's a great point. We were talking about it. He reminds me very much of Razi Ahmed. And Razi's made his way through, had a bit of a mixed tour down under.
Yeah.
But Razi tries to do something in every ball. And I remember saying to him on talk, listen, you've got a very, very good stock delivery in your arm ball. Yeah. Just use it until you get it. If the wicket's not doing anything for you, it's not going to do anything for you. But if you're trying to overspin and what have you, you're going to get belted. Zed, I thought on debut bowled well. As I said, there was a couple that got away from him. You expect that, but the one he got to Richard Merriman was an outstanding arm ball, and it was Yorker length. I mean, there's nothing. Even a quality batsman like Richard, there's nothing he could do about that.
No, nothing at all. And that I think that was off.
Very impressed. I just hope he gets more opportunities in taking a 4-foot. That's definitely going to get you in them thoughts. And don't try and do anything out of the ordinary.
I think as well. I mean, it's really nice to see. So, like I say, the three four bowlers actually for the Lions today are all new to the setup, really, aren't they? And all impressed in different ways. And I just think it's great for the over-age cricket that we've got so many good players now, and batters, bowlers, and like I say, you could probably pick 4 or 5 teams that could all compete quite handily at this standard.
You can. So a wicket maiden for the skipper. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8. And while myself and Ian Bartlett were talking, Sanjay Berry from Surrey has made his way out to the crease. Now, I don't want to put the mockers on Sanjay because I love him to bits. He really does need to score. He can be absolutely devastating on his day. Yeah. You look up, and we saw it at Stratford against the Aussies. I think he got 30 in next to no time, and you're thinking, oh, go on, Sanj. Go on, lad, stick it right down the throats. And then got himself out.
Well, the first time I've met Sanj, obviously I've watched him on the YouTube and whatever on the telly. And we played up at Martin Cricket Club in Middlesbrough for the Lions against the UK Indians, and great, we had a fantastic day, and he's a brilliant bloke. He helped me a lot in the nets before the game and whatever, and the lads were saying I think he opened that day, and they put a long on. They must have known him obviously because the UK Indians.
He played for India.
Right, yeah.
Played for India in the World Cup.
Did he? Right. Yeah. Well, there you go. So they put a long on out. Right, it's a big hit. They put a long on out at the first over, and I thought, strange. That's a strange position. Your first over, and he smashed it. The lad didn't move. He's straight down his throat. Oh my goodness! I said to him, well, that's the way I play. Yeah. So
Whereas you get the likes of Nick Gaywood, who's all elegance and style. Yeah. Sanjay, I mean, he can be just as destructive, but it really is
brute force.
Brute force. But he does. If he's in, he can hit, and right on cue. Yeah. Phil Deakin, Lancashire's finest. Oh, that's a nice pickup. Well, nice D small.
Probably 3, I'd say. It's not going to go, I don't think, is it?
Oh, Nick Gaywood, long chase for Nick. Yeah. I fancy they're going to get 3 for that, and they are indeed. Yeah.
Nice shot by Steve. Let's sweep. See, Deeks when you actually play with Deeks, and you watch him, you can tell from me you're 100 odd yards away here, but Phil's more of a left arm swing bowler. Yeah. Like a lad I used to play against, a lad called Chubby Lee, who played a lot for Morecambe in Lancashire leagues and stuff. And people thought he was a left arm spinner, but he's not. He's a left arm swing bowler. And Phil's big dismissal is the one that comes back through the gate when people are trying to play for spin. He doesn't really spin it, Philly, but he bowls more iron balls and swing balls really. So you've really to play Phil well, if he's bowling on top of you, you've just got to keep playing straight.
Sanjay Berry just opening himself up. He's up nicely through the offside. Runs away through point. 2 to him. 2 more to the total. He's had a magnificent season though, as Deeks. Shed load of wickets.
Yeah, great cricketer. And to be fair to Lancs as well, when we've needed him, I think certainly on 3 occasions this year for Lancashire, when we've been in the mire in the group stage, well, in the knockout as well, and he came in at number 7 and played a brilliant innings against Yorkshire Ridings, where I think he got 80 odd.
It was at Elsica. I was there.
Yes.
I was there. You were in absolute disarray,
weren't we? I think we were 50 off for 5 or 6, and we were in a right mess. And you're right. You were there, and he came in and got think 70 odd. He batted beautifully, and he batted beautifully against Bedfordshire in the last 16 game when we were behind the 8 ball, and he came in and he got us over the line with a 40 odd and out, batted really well, and yeah, he's a really good all round cricketer, Phil. Really good all round.
Yeah, we could have done with him down under. Oh, Sanjay's a big swing, misfield at mid-on. Allows him to get through for a single, but it's a massive wind-up.
I think the next time we do, I mean, looking at the overage cricket, the 60s cricket, obviously Australia and England seem to be the best two at the moment. That's probably because of the fact that, you know, that there's a better structure domestically. But I'm certainly, Pakistan, India, you'd hope South Africa, you'd hope that a lot of the bigger test playing nations would improve in time, and I think it's important because, as I think that's gone through extra cover for 2, has it? Yeah. Because today we've looked at 3 or 4 bowlers who could come in to this England easily into. So when we go next time to Australia, they came here. I think I'd hope we'd be even more competitive.
Yeah. Well, Ian, thank you for joining us.
You're very welcome.
And, Owen is just making his way back in.
Yep.
Ian Barton, folks, always good to have him on.
Thanks,
a
guys.
real proper broadcaster.
I don't know about broadcaster, but certainly a broad Lancashire accent.
Thanks very much, Ian.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome. So 11 overs gone here, folks. The line's 37 for 1. Sanjay Berry out in the middle with Steve Small. As Owen Mason makes his way back into the commentary area. He's good value, is Ian. Good value.
Yeah, good to be back, Rash. Yeah, it was just watching on in the truck there. It was a interesting spell, that. Obviously, that first wicket coming at a decent time as well.
Yeah, Martin Ford will be disappointed. You heard Ian say it was a genuine half volley on middle and leg, and he connected with it in good fashion, did Martin, but straight to the fielder. Oh, swing and a miss by Sanjay Berry.
Yeah, still a decent start from the Lions, but it's again no need to panic. They've only lost that first wicket, but when they're playing someone as economical as Jason Corns in his 6th over, only 8 runs, and of course that wicket, the loss of Martin Ford. They know they're in for a game, but with shots like that, very impressive. Will it just reach a boundary? No, it'll just slow up before it reaches near the clubhouse end.
3's a call.
Yeah, they will try and get 3 runs out of it.
That's well run.
Really good.
Well run. Good shout from Steve Small. It's the shorter part of the ground, but recognised that there was the opportunity for a 3rd run and took it, moved the score on to 40 for the loss of 1 wicket. And I'll say while you're off air, hope I've not put the mockers on, but I really would like to see Sanjay Berry score a few runs. He's a wonderfully entertaining batsman. He's got all the talent in the world. We've seen it to effect when we were down at Stratford, weren't we? And he's just blitzed the Australians and then got himself out.
Yeah, that's right, I remember that. Yeah, that was rivaling Corfu for how hot that was that day in Stratford. My goodness, it was roasting, wasn't it, in Stratford?
Oh, we had all sorts of equipment failures. Things were overheating, and what's that burning smell? It was Benny. It was Benny. He was on fire. Bless him. It's a great ground for international cricket. That ground at Stratford. We had a thoroughly good day, albeit some technical issues. Jason Colt finishes his 6th over then. 2 maidens, 1 for 11. Exactly what you would expect from the skipper. It'll be Phil Deakin to continue from the pavilion end, his 1st over going for 8. And the Brains Trust getting together. Kev Watson, Richard Merriman and Jason Corn.
Yeah, it's all about these milestones, isn't it, Rash? We mention it all the time, but where the Lions are at 40 for 1, 12 overs in. Yeah, where are they come that halfway stage? And that's another good effort. And we'll just slow up on this far side.
I think it's pretty comparable. I think England lost their first wicket in the 12th over. They were 40 odd.
That's right. Yeah.
Let me just have a look. 45 for 1, 12.1 overs. So, even Stevens. 3 runs the difference. It's a big shot by Sanjay. Didn't get all of it. Just a single in the end. So, yeah, it is, isn't it? What the Lions did very, very well, it was the middle part of the innings, was good lines and good length. Really didn't give the England seniors too many bad balls to hit.
That's right.
And they put the squeeze on. If they just held the catches, I don't think the seniors would have got over 150.
That's right. Well, yeah, there was a few, wasn't there? Where that one where there was a trip up on the boundary line, it almost seemed, right down that dip, down that far end by the sight screens. And you know, those were the moments there, Rash, where, my goodness, a few catches. There was one where Nigel Moore almost had it once or twice, didn't he? And he almost had it right there in his grasp. If he would, there was one where, if there would have been 2 hands over it rather than the one, then it's those fine margins, isn't it?
Yeah, there was the drop at slip. I don't know if it was Ian, the one that Martin Watkins, there was no harm done because Martin didn't go on to score too many, but dropping Nick Gaywood 3 times, and there were 3 chances that ordinarily, yeah, he should have gone. It would have been a big difference. Oh, Steve Small backing away, trying to give himself room to play Deakin through the offside. Misses it. But it's bubbling along very nicely indeed here, folks.
Simon Ralph walked past us in the TV truck and he said he's glad he was bowling first. He felt that the it might just drop a bit colder, as it has done for the whole afternoon, really, in terms of, especially under our shaded area. But where they got the peak of the sunshine, especially as where are we now? 25 past 4 is coming up to now. So once it reaches 5, coming up to possibly 6 o'clock, we'll just start to drop a little bit, won't it, this evening?
Well, I've got my big coat on.
That's a sign of the summer gone, Rash, isn't it? Crikey.
My big coat on, my jacket, my jumper.
But as you said, in the sun, Rash, it's quite nice, isn't it? You said that earlier, just as you were coming back off lunch. It's the people in the by the clubhouse just about getting a little bit of sun left, but that's almost coming in for them as well.
Oh, they're looking a bit bedraggled to our right, aren't they? They were sunning it, lording it over us earlier on. I went, have some of that, spectators.
That's right.
Yeah, the blankets are out, big coats are out. But it is, as Owen says, it's absolutely glorious out in the middle.
Yeah.
Shot.
Oh, that's nice.
That's a very, very nice shot by Steve Small. That's going to run away. For 4. Width offered by Jason Cornt and Steve Small. Very, very good player through the offside. He moves on to 21 with that boundary. And the Lions 48 for 1. Going along very nicely indeed.
Yeah, really good. Steve Small on 21 off 38. Berry, 10 off 15 for Sanjay Berry. Decent stuff from the pair so far. Jason Corn won't mind a few dot balls now after that 1-4 to start things off in this, his 7th over. Still a very decent return nonetheless. One wicket for 16.
Well, if he follows the script, JC, he normally bowls 7 overs and then takes a bit of a breather.
Yeah.
Time will tell if he does the same, but it's a tried and tested formula for him, Owen, and he's utilised it all summer. So he may break with tradition, we'll see. One more delivery of this over.
Well fielded by Mel Dobson out there. Before it can be a possible run or two. But yeah, leaves England Lions on 48 for 1. As we enter this, the 15th over now, here at Dorridge Cricket Club in the West Midlands. Thanks for joining us on the YouTube, everybody. Always a pleasure to be on the commentary desk with you. Great to have Rash Mahmood back alongside us on the commentary desk. As we're really enjoying this quite intriguing contest here at Dorridge.
Did you manage to
Alongside us on the commentary desk, as we're really leading contest.
to catch a word with some of the Lions players from them?
So I saw Nigel Moore just the second innings got underway, and he was quite pleased with how that went. He said he would have liked to have played out his final over, he said to me, but even so, he was happy with how that went to limit that England side to under 200, and they were all, as I said, quite confident. And at the moment, they really are going on quite nicely, on par, as you mentioned, Rash, with where England were at this stage. And that's a fantastic shot, isn't it? Brilliant. Another 4 reaches the 50-run mark. 52 for 1 then for the Lions.
Yeah, Sanjay Berry has his one. Smashing field Deakin right back over his head. And as you heard Owen say, with that boundary, the Lions go past the 50-run mark. 52 for 1. Oh, and the Brains Trust are getting together again. This Mr. Watson, Mr. Cornt, Bill Deakin. I think what they'll be talking about is that Sanjay Berry, when he's in the mood, and I was mentioning it to Ian when you were off comms, he can hit it to all parts of the ground. He's an exceptionally difficult batsman to bowl against and set your field, because he plays some really unorthodox shots. That one was a genuinely good shot, straight back over Phil Deakin's head for 4. A couple of bounces as it crossed the boundary line. And there they go. Right. Kevin Watson, 3/4 of the way back. Is he going on? Yeah, he's going to long off. Long on. Buries that powerfully down the ground, but straight to Kevin Watson, who does the fielding, keeps it to 1. And in they come for Steve Small. I think that's good from Jason Cook, because he knows Sanjay Berry is not going to hold back. If that ball's there to hit, he's going to hit it. So put your 2 fielders out that you're permitted. Bring them in for Steve Small, who's no slouch himself, but probably doesn't play as an expansive game as Sanjay Berry does.
Yeah, 2 dot balls sandwiched in between a 4 and a 1. As we say, that first wicket that was took was at 29 for 1, the loss of Martin Ford. Deakin in again. Oh.
Well, that's the second time Steve Small's played a shot like that. That time just dropping in front of Mel Dobson at point.
Nice single to end proceedings, and that reaches 54 for 1 then for the Lions. Yeah, not a bad return, 15 overs in. As that Wales-Scotland game continues behind us, I was just trying to have a scout around to see what the score was. Wasn't successful, but I'll try and keep looking to what the score might be in that one. Oh, there's a Wales player coming by us, actually. Wonder if he knows. What's the score?
It's about 50 for 2 off about 17.
And what did
Check Wales scored 216.
Thank you. Yeah, so Wales reached that total of 216 Rash in that other game, and at the moment 50 for 2 are Scotland. So an interesting game that's taking place behind us in the Tri-Nations.
Yeah, nicely poised as well. So, true to form, Jason Combs bowling his 7 overs. He's been replaced by Mel Dobson at the far end. Steve Small on strike.
Yeah, Mel Dobson, who had a really good show. One of the first times I really saw him was at Bridge, and I've got to say, really impressed me.
Yeah, well, it was in tandem with Nick Newman, wasn't it? 18 overs of high quality bowling. It was 18 overs between him and Nick Newman. 2 wickets for, I think, 30 runs. And they really squeezed the life out of the Australians. It was a really, really good effort by him.
Yeah, single. Added to the total there by Steve Small, moves the Lions on to 55 for 1. In comes Sanjay Berry again.
And out go the field. They're disappearing. I think that's Eames at Mark Eames going out to long off. There's a long on. Kev Watson's trudging to... he's trudging what up? It's a long way out there. Deep, wide, mid-wicket. Square leg being brought in. You've got the fielders on the offside. Timor Allen on the 45, a man on the boundary. Deep point, orthodox cover. And a fielder behind leg on the 45. Short fine, that's Phil Deakin. A man at deep point being brought into the circle.
Top ball, good bit of fielding by Razi Ahmed. Gets it back to Dobson. But always would have liked Rash, and I've seen it all summer. It's a very simple thing to have in a team, but it's so crucial. Is just the togetherness and just what you hear all matches. You just hear the support all over the field, isn't it? Just in terms of every single time there's a dot ball, or every single time, a great bit of fielding, tight bit of fielding. They're always there on the supportive, great bit of support. And I love that. Because that's just the communication, isn't it, Rash, that really helps a team just go far.
It does, you win as a team, you lose as a team. Cricket, as we know, can be... Sanjay Berry hits that very powerfully down the pitch, but straight to the fielder, Nick Gaywood. 1 more to the total. Things don't always go your way, but you've got to keep at it and stick at it. And cricket, as we know, it can change in the blink of an eye. A couple of quick wickets. Any momentum you had is stalled, and then if you manage to eke another one out, suddenly the jitters are there, and we've seen it. We've seen it all summer. But you've got to keep encouraging. Can be a hard slog at times. You've just got to believe in yourself, back yourself, do the basics right. That's the thing. Make sure your fielding's on point. for these England boys. If a chance comes your way, snaffle it up.
Certainly so. Now Sanjay Berry comes in, you can see Kevin Watson edging towards the boundary rope. On our side by the camera, by the sight screens, as you can see, the Timur Alam's almost in the crowd.
Well, there's a massive gap on the leg side, on that short leg side boundary, and Phil Deacon's going to challenge Sanjay Berry here if he's going to go.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. That's a good bit of fielding. I think that's Mark Eames, powerfully hit by Berry, but well fielded, prevented a certain boundary. But yeah, Phil Deacon, he's offering up that leg side, that short boundary to Sanjay Berry, and he's hoping he plays across the line and he skies one.
Yeah, Phil Deaton back in, as Rash mentioned. He loves a wicket or two. Good bit of fielding to prevent that single once more. Yeah, 23 or 49 for Steve Small, and he's in again. It's a nice little partnership forming here between Berry and Small, but they just need to keep this going, do the Lions, if they want to keep reaching that, you know. Still at a really commendable total at the moment. Still within reach. No panic whatsoever on them. They've still got 9 wickets in hand, of course. Oh, my goodness, that would have been a hell of a catch, wouldn't it?
Well, I mentioned if a chance comes away, you've got to snaffle it up. It was a difficult one. It hit straight to him as such. Chance goes down.
Yeah, 2 more to come then from this. Phil Deaton's 4th over. It's up in the air and it's coming towards us. It will just reach the red ball. Kevin Watson will try and stop it, and he will. It will just stop up and before it can reach the boundary rope. Good bit of running though from Kevin Watson, because he didn't really know if that was going to stop as it did, but as you know, the way it was travelling, looked like it could have easily reached our sides of the boundary rope, Rash.
Well, he's run all the way from long off to deep extra cover. He's a fit lad, he's Kev Watson. Yeah, that's about 40 odd yards. Yeah. He's run.
Oh, yeah. There we go. It's quick from the umpire to call that. And that's it for Sanjay Berry.
Yeah, he was looking to play that through the leg side, as I say, playing across the line. Edge. And the keeper of Steve Aston's calibre, he's not going to miss that. Sanjay Berry goes for 19, then caught Steve Aston off the bowling of Phil Deacon. The Lions lose their 2nd wicket, with the score having reached 60 in their pursuit of 197.
Yeah, crucial time to get it. Just as I mentioned a few overs ago, Small and Berry were forming quite a decent little partnership. Going to restart again.
Well, I think Sanjay, I know he's very critical of himself and his batting. He's a wonderfully talented batsman, but he'll know that was the wrong shot to play. It was on a similar line and length to the delivery beforehand, which he hit genuinely into the offside. That time, looking to play it through mid-wicket, looking for the short boundary. And I did say that's what Phil Deacon was hoping. He was going to try and play across the line and maybe launch one in the air. And that time, body out of position, playing across the line, head's going one way, arms are going the other, and it was a thick clunk to Steve Aston. Yeah. Took a very, very good catch. So, Newman in. Steve Hunt. He's at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, 137 needed for the Lions to win this. Yeah, 28 overs remain. So still plenty of time, and Steve Small still looking good at 24 off 52 deliveries. Here he is again. Dot ball this time. So 2 in a row for Dobson. Yeah, 3 in a row for Dobson. Yeah, here comes his 4th delivery of the over. Yeah, made that 4. 2 to go, really good from Dobson. Maiden prevented, and Steve Small, he wants a boundary there. It will just be stopped. Kerry Watson chases that down. Two more to the total as England Lions reach 362 for 2 in their pursuit of 197 here at Dorridge. 5 and over needed. Sounds simple. Never is in the game of cricket though, Rash, is it? You never know. As you say, a mad few minutes and then it all goes awry, doesn't it?
Yes, it certainly does. We've seen it time and time again. I think from a Lions point of view, when you've got 7 overs until you get to 25, if you're in and around the 100 and you've still got 8 wickets back in the hutch, you probably fancy yourself. England will be looking to make inroads and try and snag another quick wicket. Beaten outside the off stump, Steve Hunt.
Great call, and he's still got his arms up. But umpire unmoved, Deakin to 2 dot balls, brings another one in. Yeah, Phil Deakin. His 5th over, 4 dot balls in. Can he make it 5? Certainly can.
Well, not what you want when you're newly at the crease for Steve Hunt. Phil Deakin right on it. A couple of deliveries that just nipping away from the right-hander. Maiden over from him. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21.
Yeah, as you said, Rush, a few blankets out there now. At the pavilion end. Yeah, good from Phil Deakin that. Just limiting the Lions to anything too Dobson. And then, yeah, as we say, Steve Hunt yet to get off the mark so far for the Lions.
And here's where England really can make some inroads. You know, put the squeeze on. We've seen what Mel Dobson can do. He can hold an end up. Phil Deakin, if he's in the mood and bowls like he did in the last over, suddenly you've got 8 or 9 overs gone and you've only given away a dozen runs, something like that. Oh, he's bowled him. Right on cue.
Fantastic.
Good delivery by Mel Dobson. He's small. Yeah, just looking to play. Yeah, genuinely beaten. Beaten on length more than anything else. I don't think it turned massive amounts, but beaten on length by a good delivery from Mel Dobson. Steve Small departs for 26 then. The Lions lose their 3rd wicket. The score on 62.
Yeah, really good spell from Mel Dobson. 1 for 4, as we say, in his 3rd over. Brilliant. Halfway to a wicket maiden. He'd love one of them.
Well, 60 for 1 and suddenly becomes 62 for 3, Owen. That's how quickly it can change.
In comes Neil Jackson then.
And while Neil Jackson makes his way out into the middle, a bit of bonus coverage. Benny's just swivel around on his seat. Bit of Wales, Scotland. Scotland batting, chasing 216 to win. Last update we heard, they were 50 for 2 with about 17 overs gone.
Yeah, it was nice to see another game happening just behind us. Keep you updated on that one. That other Tri Nations game, of course. Set to play tomorrow and on Thursday in the Midlands area. Yeah, it's meant to be England, Scotland and the Lions taking on Wales tomorrow. I say meant to because the weather isn't looking that kind. Thursday's looking much kinder though. England versus Wales and the Lions versus Scotland to finish off this international summer. Join us if you can, if you're in the Midlands area. All details are on England Over 60s social channels.
So Neil Jackson, left-hander from Yorkshire. Good player, just Neil. He gets off the mark. The final delivery from that Mel Dobson over, just turned it round the corner on the leg side. Good over from Dobson. 3 overs, no maidens, 1 wicket for 5. And just in the space of 4 overs, really, Owen. Just having a look at the run rate. They're going along at 3.2, and the required rate has gone up to 5.4. We've talked about it all summer. You can keep it below 2 runs in the differential, you're doing okay. It starts getting to 2 or 3 runs, and that happens for a few more overs, and then the differential becomes 3 or 4.
Yeah.
It really does make it a bit more difficult for you. But it's still well within reach at this moment in time. 134 to win.
Deakin back in again then for over number 6 for him. 2 dot balls to start off proceedings. And as we say, that as Rash mentioned, that's where England can really start to crank up that pressure on the Lions. We've seen how economical the likes of Phil Deakin, Jason Corn, of course, has still got a few overs in the bag. Mel Dobson's really impressed getting that wicket, crucial wicket as well. As Rash mentioned, 64 and then to 63 for 3. It's quite extraordinary, really. 63 for 3 then are England Lions. As Rash is just took a bit of leave, just ready to have a look at what's going on in the Wales versus Scotland game, so we can get a proper update for you in just a moment of what's happening behind us in the other Tri-Nations fixture taking place this afternoon as the afternoon turns into evening. 8 minutes to 5. Here at Dorridge Cricket Club in the West Midlands. It's nice from Jackson as they just try and stop Phil Deakin's dot balls, and they do just that. His second run of the day, 2 off 8 for him. Back to Steve Hunt, who's yet to get off the mark. This is his 7th ball now. But as Rush mentioned, still within that 2, that run rate and the run rate required. And as I say that, there you go, he's out. Bowled. Really, really good time to get a wicket right at the end of that over. And as we said, that few moments, Hunt out by Deakin, his second of the day. Was 60 for 1. Now it's 6. As we said, that few moments, Hunt out by Deakin, his second of the day. Was 60 for 1. Now it's 64 for 4. Really has turned on the flip of a coin this game. The Lions under pressure now a bit. 64 for 4 then, here at Dorridge. And it will be our commentary friend Ian Barton to come on in replacement of Steve Hunt. See how he can do now in the middle. But he's facing someone who's been fairly economical. Dobson, 1 wicket for 5 runs. This is 4th over. So Ian Barton of Lancashire to join Neil Jackson in the middle. Yeah, the England captain, Ed Gordon-Lance, who couldn't be here today, did mention in a bit of a pre-match amble about this Tri-Nations series. The Tri-Nations providing an opportunity for England, Scotland and Wales to enter a World Cup year with further clarity. And that's what this is all about, as that's a fantastic shot. Even the fast Kevin Watson, yeah, he will still reach that as it slows up. They will try and get a few runs out of it. But yeah, it's a good point Ed Gordon-Lance might say. Just further clarity on what is a World Cup year approaching in 2026 in Canada in August. As you've heard all summer, it's going to be a very intriguing World Cup. Australia, of course, winning it last time out. That's a great shot, but prevented well from getting any further from Kev Watson. No, Mel Dobson, I should say. No, it was Kev Watson. I was right the first time. Yeah, 2 and a dot ball then for Dobson in this his 4th over. Wanted to go for that run, but was stopped in the end. Yeah, a few deliveries away from that halfway point. The Lions currently requiring another 131 runs. Barton about to face his first ball then. He wants to have a good start. Does the man from Lancashire. Yeah, they almost went for that run as well. Shouts of no, don't go for it. Maybe a bit too risky, but yeah, 2 dot ball, 1, and then 2 dot balls finish off that 4th Mel Dobson over. Phil Deacon will be back in. 67 for 4 then now. As the Lions just look to sort of calm things down a little bit. After quite a hectic last few overs. As Rash mentioned, they were 60 for 1, now 67 for 4. So just need to be careful these next few overs. And Rash is back. Did you get any more further clarity of where the Wales-Scotland game is?
No, I didn't, unfortunately.
That's all right.
I was going there to try and get you that update, but I was tempted by a steak slice in the end. So I was behind the van having a steak slice in the sunshine, which is very nice, by the way. The sunshine and the steak slice. But I did see the dismissal of Steve Hunt. Ill-advised in the circumstances, I think. Stevie's a very good batsman, but when you've got Phil Deacon bowling the way he's bowling, you've just lost 2 quick wickets. That's a nice shot. Neil Jackson, that's running away for 4. Put to the pitch of the ball. Played nicely through the covers. Welcome boundary for the Lions. Yeah, Steve will look back and think, maybe charging down the wicket to a full straight delivery from Phil Deacon. Probably wasn't his best choice of shot.
Yeah, that's right. And in comes Deacon again now. It's going to be, big call again, but yeah, Jackson doing well, starting off well. He's joined, of course, by Ian Barton now after the dismissal of Steve Hunt. Yeah, it was great to chat to him where he's been so involved in. Oh, that's a decent effort from Jackson in the end. They will get 1 run out of it. It's 72 for 4 now. But yeah, it's with Barton Rash. He was to have someone who's involved at, at BBC Radio Lancashire. My goodness, he does a lot for the game in that sense, but still playing at their 60s level, and he's truly enjoying his game at the moment, isn't he?
He is, yeah. As he said, he broke into the Lancashire first team middle of last season. Lancashire battle here. Longridge versus Littleborough. Phil Deacon. But yeah, what he does for cricket in the Northwest really is magnificent. Because all the, the clubs are thought of and reported on. It's a hell of a lot of work that's involved.
Yeah, 4 dot ball, 1 dot ball for Deaton's. Barton's yet to get off the mark. Here he is again. Yeah, it really has slowed down that momentum for the Lions. They were doing alright quite nicely, Rash, weren't they? These last few overs have really proved to be pivotal for the England seniors.
Yeah, 16 overs in, they were on 60 for 1.
Yeah.
7 overs later,
Wow.
12 runs added, and you've lost 3 wickets. Well, that takes us to drinks then. 72 for 4. Momentum swinging England seniors' way. But it's just the way cricket can go. You're sitting there looking pretty untroubled, to be fair. Some decent bowling from Mel Dobson and Phil Deacon. But while the drinks breaks are taken, it's a chance for me to thank the England sponsors: Stonehill Sports, Sporter Tours, NV Play, MacTech, The Tube and Clean Clad. Thank you for your continued and loyal support. Without you, this coverage and everything else that goes along with it wouldn't be possible. So many thanks on behalf of Owen, myself and all the team here and the players and management of England. Thank you. Yeah, so in the contest of things, Owen, like I said, 60 for 1, 17 overs gone, and suddenly you've lost 3 wickets for the addition of just 12 runs. The Lions were, as I said, pretty untroubled. It was disciplined bowling by Mel Dobson and Phil Deacon. Look, they're high quality bowlers, but you know that before you would get to the crease. There should be no terrors for the batsman coming in. Yes, the ball is turning a touch, but Phil Deacon's not a massive turner of a cricket ball. He just puts it in the right spot, and he challenges you. Variations of pace, variations of flight. He's just a very, very intelligent bowler. And Mel Dobson, we've seen him grow this year, haven't we? Coming to the fold, and he's just got better and better and better.
Yeah, he certainly has, Rush. Really, really impressed me. $72 for 4 as we just come to the end of the drinks break. But yeah, it's a interesting game this here at Dorridge. Just at 5 o'clock. 22 overs to go, as we say, 125 runs needed then. You know, I remember you mentioning, Rash, when it said when you got to that drinks break, or that halfway stage, if they were anywhere near 100, they'd be well on their way. 72 for 4. It's where cricket can just turn, can't it? Right on the flip of a coin.
Yeah, the whole dynamic of the contest has changed because, like I said, wickets kills momentum. They were going along. Listen, they weren't smashing it to all parts of the ground, the Lions, but they were holding their own. And if they could have seen their way through, I don't know, even adding another 10, 15 to what they are now, but only have 2 wickets down, you would say the game was still very much heavily weighted in their favour. As it is, the seniors have they've fought back, and they've fought back well. A couple of injudicious choice of shots, maybe. Sanjay Berry. And the trap was set for him. It's what Phil Deacon wanted him to do, play across the line, looking at the short boundary, and he got a thick edge that was well taken by Steve Aston behind the stumps. And Steve Hunt charging down the pitch and trying to play a lofted drive to a full straight delivery. Just turn around to see his stumps clattered. So rebuilding required. Ian Barton, Neil Jackson. I think if they can get somewhere near 100 with 15 overs to go, they'll be happier than they are now. But that differential in run rate, it's creeping up again. So the run rate at the moment, folks, the line's going along at just about 3.1. The required run rate to 5.7. That's a full toss. It's played out into the deep. Kevin Watson does the fielding. 1 more to the total.
Yeah, 73 for 4 with that opening single to start this Mel Dobson 5th over. Oh, the duck ball. Yeah, they were going to go for that. Yeah, they were a bit of doubt there, but they did decide to go for that in the end because it's these single runs now that if they keep getting them, they keep getting, up to about 4 or maybe even 5, 4 singles and over or whatever it is, or a few twos wherever they can. That's where it starts to just creep up, and that's where when it gets to that 30 over mark, that's where they want to be. The decent score as that absolutely flies past, and they want to almost go down the hill by the sight screens. Yeah, we'll go for 4.
Well, it was a genuine edge by Neil Jackson. It's a valiant chase by Phil Deakin, but once it reaches the crown of this hill, there's no stopping it. So, as Owen mentioned, a couple of singles and then a rather fortuitous 4, but you're up to 6 in the over.
Yeah, then it relaxes the pressure a little bit after a few maidens or a few where it's just where you're just getting a 1 off the over. Then it's like then you're getting somewhere now. Because obviously, as we keep mentioning, it's not a massive target to reach. But when you have that pressure, when those wickets were falling as they were, and how dramatic it was when they were falling, in succession really. As I say that, look at that. That's where cricket just goes up and down, doesn't it? And that's the end of Neil Jackson's day. Oh, banned.
Well, very similar to the dismissal of Richard Merriman. Full Yorker length. And a wicket for Mel Dobson. Neil Jackson goes for 15 off 19 deliveries with 2 fours. The Lions lose another wicket. In trouble now at 78 for 5, but good from Mel Dobson. It was his arm ball, the quicker one that he possesses. And we saw Mohammad Zaid earlier on getting Richard Merriman in similar fashion. Not a lot that Neil Jackson could do about that, I'm afraid. So just as the pressure was released with that fortuitous boundary off the edge of Neil Jackson's bat, he departs.
Yeah, good time to get it. Now only 5 wickets in hand for the Lions. 21 overs to go. As we say, they require 119 runs.
Looks like Ralphie, that's Simon Ralph, I think. There's a fielder stood right in my way.
Yeah, that's right. Barton 1 off 9 so far in his spell in the middle. Phil Deakin's 8th over, 2 wickets for 27. Made that 2 for 28 as another run comes in for Barton. 79 for 5 now.
Well, it brings Simon Ralph on to strike from Kent. We've seen him play some magnificent innings of the Lions and England over the past calendar year. I fancy it needs some more heroics for him this afternoon to get the Lions home from here.
Oh dear. Out for a duck is Ralph, unfortunately. Rash. But Phil Deakin strikes again.
Well, a golden duck for Simon Routh. Phil Deakin strikes again. His third wicket. And 60 for 1. He's gone to 79 for 6. And Nigel Moore was just ambling around the boundary and just, a nice little social. Just scooted past us to run back into the pavilion to get his pads on.
Yeah, Phil Deakin is just so ominous, isn't it? That's a word we've loved to use this summer, Rashi. My goodness, like he absolutely loves taking these wickets.
It just gets in the zone, though, Owen.
Yeah.
As I say, it's high quality bowling. It's not turning square or anything like that, but he just gets it on the right length. And what he does, he makes the batsman play.
Yeah.
He makes them make a decision nearly every single delivery. Now and again, he'll just use that. I think that was really his arm ball as well that just goes straight on. And you're, as a batsman, you're looking for a bit of turn.
Yeah.
And it's not there.
That's right.
It's not there. And Ian Barton, when he was on, we were talking about it, how Mohammad Zaid should be doing that a bit more often.
Rash Mahmood getting pelted with 8 horns there as we carry on. Fantastic.
Just high quality bowling. And disappointment for Simon Routh because we know he can bat, but you don't like getting out for naught. You certainly don't like getting out first ball.
Yeah, we spoke about Phil Deakin there, Rash, and there was that moment, at his home club at Littleborough, getting the 3 wickets, and he would have been man of the match if TP hadn't done the same. Quite incredible. He would have sent England along the way, wouldn't it? But obviously, with that mad few moments, Australia got that 1-0 up in the series, didn't they? So it was a great day for both, wasn't it?
Well, he's been in the thick of things, Deeks, hasn't he, all summer? I mean, the West Indies game at Littleborough, where he took a worldie at first slip. Stuck out his big left paw to just above his ankles. He's bowled really well. Bowled really well against the West Indies, against Australia, and against the USA. He's just a high quality, very clever bowler.
Yeah, the Lions just trying to stop the rod a bit after that wicket by Deakin.
We've got Mohammad Zaid out there, and from his first scoring shot, he has a bit of a look of Razi Ahmed about it, so this might be entertaining, folks. 80 for 6 with 25 gone. Still another 117 to win. It's not quite desperation time, but it's not too far off.
No. Yeah, that's right. The longer this keeps going on, where they haven't reached that 100, they're running out of overs. Yes, they've still got 20 to go, still got a good chunk of overs to go, but you want to get to that 100 as quickly as possible, really. And if you aren't there by 30, that's where it's panic stations. But that's how they've slowed the game down, England. Because, as you say, 60 for 1, down now to 80 for 6. Extraordinary.
Yeah, 8 overs have yielded just 20 runs for the loss of 5 wickets. Yeah. What promised to be a very intriguing run chase. Petering out a touch for the Lions, Owen, truth be told.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? And that's where the likes of Dobson, the likes of Deakin really cranking up the pressure. Look at that, 2 wickets for the loss of 14 runs. But that's White up in the air, and Watson's going to chase that, but it will, yeah, prevented the boundary, but it went up in the air a fair bit, didn't it?
It did. And so Phil Deakin with one over to go, he's going to bowl out. Be interesting to know who replaces him. I've a sneaky feeling it might be Razi Ahmed. We shall see.
Yeah, just as we approach that final ball of this, Dobson over that run rate. The trickle's right up to 6 now. First time it's done that today. So again, not completely panic stations yet, but it's when it's that's when you've just got to have a few more runs and over, isn't it?
It's the wickets, Owen. If they were sat with 81 for 2, okay, you require 8 at 6. Again, they're more than capable of going at 6 and over. You know, it's a big ground. There's plenty of gaps. It's the fact that you've lost 6 wickets.
Definitely.
It just puts you under the pump. Because as a batter, you go one of 2 ways. You either go into your shell or think, you know what, I'm going to chance my arm for a couple of overs, see if I can get the score pushing along, and if you're doing that and you're striking it out the middle, it gives you confidence, and then you can start to look to manipulate the ball around the field. And suddenly, as you mentioned in the other over, you've gone for 6 and over without doing anything at all.
Yeah. Yeah, they noticed that, and then they go for 2 here. One thing, if they can get to the end of this last Phil Deakin over, I think they'll be glad to see the end of him as he comes to the end of his final over here.
Well, he's proved it all summer, and he's a class act. Very highly respected, not just by his England teammates, but his county teammates and the opposition. It's a nice shot. Very nicely timed. That's running away to the boundary. Will it get there? Oh, it just does trickle over. So there you go. There's a 6 off the over. Still 3 balls to go. Nice shot by Zahid. Just a bit of width offered by Deakin there.
Yeah, that's one. You know, as you say, he's a class act, and that's why he's level with Jim Phillips at the moment. You know, he will. Surely, I'll put my house on it. He will end up hitting. He will end up getting that 52nd wicket in some fashion. Because he's just that damn good, Rash. That's the problem. Fantastic, isn't he?
He is, and he does it on all sorts of surfaces.
Yeah.
You know, as I say, he's not a prolific turner of the ball for a left arm spinner. He just puts it in the right spot 9 times out of 10. So as a batsman, you get no respite whatsoever.
Yeah, not a bad over this from the Lions. 7 up it so far with 2 left. Ooh.
No, he's going to be going all out to get Ian Barton out with his final delivery, his Deeks. I fancy his arm balls coming the quicker one. Full and straight. Well, Phil Deakin, dot ball, final delivery of his spell. And it's been a very good spell indeed. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 3 wickets for 36.
Yeah, good spell. 109 left then for the Lions. With 18 overs remaining. We've got our nifty little balls remaining, runs remaining graphic in just a moment, in just a few overs' time. I think when it reaches just below 100 balls, isn't it? Oh. Phil Deaton does well just to not let it get under his grasp.
You can see Mohamed Zaid. That was tossed up by Mel Dobson. He changed his mind 3 times. In the end, he just played it back down the pitch.
Yeah, Barton just looking to get going, really. 2 of 12 for him. Well, you don't with shots like that. He has got some quality. Another 4 runs brings the Lions onto 93 runs.
Yeah, nice shot by Ian Barton using his feet. Full swing of the bat. No fielder out there.
Yeah, one more single to end the over. Brings the Lions on to 94 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Well, psychologically, Owen, if the Lions can get to 100 at the end of this next over, they'll have 16 remaining. Yes, they've only got 4 wickets in hand. It becomes a different proposition because you might sit as a batter changes. I mean, ordinarily you'd say, look, 103 off 17 overs. It's easily doable, that, really.
Yeah.
As I said previously, it's just the wickets. Oh, interesting.
Mr. Gaywood, isn't it?
It is indeed. These left-armers. I'm surprised at that. I thought Razi Ahmed might get a bowl. He may come on for Mel Dobson at the other end. We'll see.
Yeah, Jason Cornt just realigning his field a little bit, bringing Phil Deaton in. So you can see him come back just on screen there. And yeah, so it's going to be Ian Barton then to face this first ball by Nick Gaywood here at Dorridge. Just hit 25 past 5. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for joining us here on the YouTube. Signal to start it off then. Razi Ahmed just by the clubhouse prevented that rolling off for a boundary. Signal is then Zahid. Mohamed Zahid to come in. There we go then. 102 off 100 balls.
Well, a swing and a miss from Zahid. All things being equal, that should have ended up in that garden. Must be on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Full toss from Nick Gaywood.
Well, these dot balls become ever more crucial, don't they, as the game rolls on. Only one run in this first. Nick Gaywood over. Yeah, really, really good. 101 needed to level it, 102 needed to win. And in comes Mel Dobson for his penultimate over of the day. Yeah, 6.3, coming up to about 6.4 and over now, so that's, yeah, there's reaching, it's getting a bit high now for the Lions. They'll keep rolling on. In comes Dobson again then. That's up in the air from Ian Barton. That is superb. And that will be a 4 to move the Lions on to 99 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Yeah, nice shot from Ian Barton. Flighty delivery from Mel Dobson, got his location completely awry. Allowed Ian Barton to free his arms. Nice shot. Over cover for 4.
Yeah, 98 required, then off 95 balls for the Lions. In comes Dobson again. Well fielded by Dobson. 2 dot balls after that boundary. Oh,
He's dropped it.
yeah, it was right up in the air and he did hear. Oh my goodness.
Well, it went miles in the air.
Yeah, he did hear Watson.
No
He
chance
was.
of it. You just heard Mel Dobson.
Yeah.
He had ages to wait for that ball to come down. Regulation catch, I'm afraid, folks. You should really be catching those. Follows it up with a full toss. But as chances go, it was a pretty simple one. And with that single from Ian Barton, the Lions do indeed reach 100 for the loss of 6 wickets. 97 then required to win.
Yes, just as you can see on screen there, the last wicket was at 79 for Sids. So the Lions just started to just trying to build a bit of momentum. They know it's not completely beyond realms of possibility just yet as they move on to 101 to end the over. And as we say, sits off that over, which is about on par of what they really need at the moment.
Yeah, as I said, I don't think there's panic stations at all. The only thing that's probably stymieing him a bit is the fact that there's 6 wickets down, Owen. If they were sat there with maybe 3 wickets, 4 wickets, I think it's a different complexion. You'd say that they were in the ascendancy and favourites. But those quick wickets that the England senior side took just knocked all the stuffing out of the Lions at pursuit of this 197. But these two rebuilding nicely. Ian Barton, a lucky boy in the last over, though. Should really be on his way back to the pavilion.
Yeah, once it had gone up the air in the air, you could almost see him look away, just expecting Mel Dobson to catch that.
Well, he did. He turned round, didn't he? He just went straight up. I mean, Mel Dobson's only had to walk forward about half a dozen paces. I mean, he spied it. Yeah. He just dropped it.
That's nice.
And there's going to be runs there as well. Steve Aston is to chase it. Long chase for Steve. All in vain as it goes for 4. You can bet Steve Aston will be smiling about that. He will not be happy. So there's your 4 from the over, Owen. 4 more deliveries to come. Can they eke out another 3 or 4? That'll be a very profitable over for them.
Yeah, this has the feeling of that game at Cheadle-Hulme or that game at Ootybridge where it wasn't that big of a target, but it just feels like now it's going to go right to the wire. 92 of 88. Balls remaining.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, at the 10 over to go point, if the lines can be anywhere near 125, with the 10 overs to go, yeah, it's going to be tough for them because of the 6 wickets down, but let's just start putting a few doubts in the England seniors' mind.
That's nice. And they've got a few runs from that as they're going for it. They'll get 2 out of it. And that's your 6 from the over.
Yeah, back to back as well. 107 for 6 then.
It throws you off ever so slightly when you hear a how's that or a call from the other game behind you and you think, hang on, what are we watching? But yeah, it sounds an interesting game behind us. Let's try and get an update in just a moment. Wales and Scotland, you know, as these home nations, as we said earlier, both are improving at a really good rate. You know, Wales, county champions. Some fantastic players in that Welsh outfit.
They're in Scotland at back end of May. Only lost by about 30 odd runs chasing down 300. against England, and then the next day, the Lions match, I think they got within 7. Wow. That was an unbelievably good game. Fortunately, the name escapes me, but it does begin with S, up in the northeast. But they're definitely improving, and as I said in previous broadcasts, congratulations to all involved in Cricket Scotland for being admitted as the 15th member of the International Masters Cricket Forum. Didn't expect to see you here, Simon.
Well, you expect me to be out there?
Well, I did expect you to be out there, yes. I wasn't going to take the mickey out of your first ball, Mr. Ralph. I would never do that. It spins square. It spins square. Arm ball, there you go. Hey. Yeah, Simon Ralph was good company, Simon. Just, hey, it was Phil Deakin's arm ball that got him.
107 for 6. Not happy. Not happy is Mr. Ralph. Barton. Barton 13 off 24 deliveries. Zahid 17 off 26.
Chunter somewhere else, you silly old fool. His wife Julie with him, Simon. He's good entertainment, Simon. He's disappointed, of course, but there you go, confirmation, folks. It was the Phil Deacon arm ball. I said it's a devastating delivery that he's got. Takes so many wickets with it.
Yeah, and just when they needed it, England are well on their way to a maiden here with Mel Dobson in his final over. Just limiting this little flurry by the Lions. As I say, that's a good ball from Barton as it trickles towards us, and it will be chased down by Mr. Richard Merriman. And with that throw going slightly awry, they will just get that one final run out of it. Free, yeah, free off that one. It's not a bad end to it in the end. 110 for 6 as they end that 32nd over.
Yeah, 3 off the final delivery from Mel Dobson there, Owen. 9 overs, no maidens, 2 wickets for 30. Bowled pretty decently, in fairness. In tandem with Phil Deacon, who was operating from the pavilion end. We'll see if Nick Gaywood continues. He looks like he's handing his floppy hat to the umpire. Umpire Van, he is indeed. I don't know who's going to come on at the other end. I'm surprised Razi Ahmed didn't operate from this pavilion end, but maybe with the shorter boundary operating from that, they may have thought, we'll give him a bit more protection and bowling from the far end. We'll see. Anyway, Nick Gaywood, he's going to continue. Ian Barton on strike, 16 not out of the 27 deliveries he's faced.
Slightly gets away, but Dobson will be on the end of it as they look to just eke out 2 runs, and they'll do just that as they move past Nelson and on to 112 for 6.
I think that's Mark Eames in front of us. He was slightly unlucky. It was well hit by Ian Barton, but there are a load of acorns across the outfield, and it hit an acorn.
Oh, goodness. Ian Barton's lucky there. He ended up slipping over and it looked like it might have been a...
Bye.
Yeah, a bye in the end, but my goodness, he slipped over there.
Well, it was tossed up by Nick Gaywood, and Ian Barton got himself into a complete pickle. Didn't know what to do. He ended up slipping and falling on the floor, and Steve Aston not able to gather. One more to the total, then courtesy of that bye as Gaywood comes in again, floated. That's a good bit of fielding by Mark Eames. Going away to his right.
Yeah, good stuff from Gaywood to start things off. 2 dot ball. By and another dot ball. Make that another. There's one more delivery for Mr. Gaywood to end this, his 3rd over of this innings. Back on to Zahid. Oh, done this. Yeah, another double to end then. Leaves the Lions on 113 for 6 with 12 overs to go. 72 balls remaining, 84 left to win. Razi Ahmed, looks like he's coming in. Yeah, the blankets are coming out. Even the Dodds are wondering, hey, it's a bit cold here.
Oh, there's the wife. Hello, wife. Ralphie, look, he's still prowling around. He's wanting someone to talk to him. Going, no, Ralphie, give it a rest, love. Look at him chuntering away. Even his wife, Julie's disappeared now. Sick and tired of hearing from him. So Razi Ahmed then. Replacing Mel Dobson at the far end. Can take wickets, but can also go for a few. Let's see how he gets on. That's wide to start with. Outside the off stump.
Yeah, wide and dot ball to start off this first Razi Ahmed over.
Well, Razi Ahmed, a mixed bag since he made his international debut. I think we were chatting with Ian Barton, who's facing now. Much like Mohammad Zahid, he's got all the deliveries in his armoury, but he'd be well served just trying to find that stop ball. It's when he tries to be a bit too exotic that he gets a bit of tap, but not a bad start apart from that first delivery. That's it straight down the ground. And gone for 4. Nice shot by Barton. He moves on to 22 with that boundary. Yeah, Razzie, he just tries that overspinner that he tries to come out the sort of back of his hand and develop some topspin. Invariably, it just sits there and allows the batsman all the time in the world. And you saw it with that shot, and Ian Barton wasn't going to refuse it. But he's still progressing in the international sphere, is Razzie.
Yeah, 2 more balls because of that wide. Yeah, they will eke out another single to move on 119 for 6. 78 off 67 required for the Lions. They've got one more delivery to go in this, the 34th over. And they'll move on to 120. 4, 2 singles and a wide. 7 off the over then. Just what they need. And they're around about that 125 ballpark figure, aren't they, Rash, that you mentioned?
Yeah, they're not far off. I think so. If they're anywhere near 125, we tend to go. Yes, they've only got 4 wickets, but in hand, but it gives you a squeak. And bear in mind, these two came together when the score was 79, I believe. So 41 they've added. And apart from really the one chance that Ian Barton gave off the bowling of Mel Dobson, that went straight up in the air, and Mel Dobson dropped a relatively simple catch. They've played pretty sensibly. They will have to make a decision sooner rather than later, probably within 2 or 3 overs. They're going to have to go on the offensive against either Nick Gaywood or Razi Ahmed.
Oh, a swipe at it from Barton there. But dot ball 1, dot ball. Start off Gaywood's 4th over.
Well, a bit of width from Nick Gaywood, but massive gaps on the offside. Orthodox cover, backward point, and then nobody. There's nobody anywhere near on the offside. And Ian Barton spotted it. Just couldn't quite execute it. Right idea.
That is a good effort. And that will almost reach the boundary for 4, but they'll get a few runs out of it nonetheless.
Yeah, nice shot from Mohamed Zaid. 2 from the final delivery of that Nick Gaywood over. 35 gone then. 10 to go. 73 required to win for the Lions. 124 for 6. Well, wasn't far off. And like I said, Owen, these two have got their playing pretty sensible cricket, really, but they're going to have to make a decision. I'd say they'd probably see this next over from Razi Ahmed out and have a confab in the middle and go, right, come on then. We're going to need some boundaries at some point. Likes it high in the air. And past the fielder, Nick Gaywood out there.
God, the boundary rope is so far.
It's miles.
I thought that was destined for it because I was just seeing it go towards that fence and it wasn't even anywhere near it in the end. Extraordinary. 2 runs off that then.
Yeah, nicely played by Barton in the end. Which is coming down the track. The length was a bit fuller. They just opened the face, guided it down in towards the gully region. Timor Allen does the fielding. One more to him, one more to the total.
Yeah, that's nice again.
Yeah, good sensible cricket. 4 from 4. It's out. That time, yeah. Well, that time, Anthony's Army and Barton, you can see on the screen, folks, coming down the wicket. Steve Aston, good take. Bails off. Good innings by Ian Barton. He's stumped by Steve Aston off the bowling of Razi Ahmed for 27. 3 fours amongst that. And the Lions lose their 7th wicket with the score on 128.
Yeah, he's not happy with that.
No, it's not people. Good show of intent.
Yeah.
I did mention they're going to have to make a decision. Either Razi Ahmed or Nick Gaywood they were going to go after. He clearly fancied Razi Ahmed. It's a bit more flight in that delivery. Having made the decision to come down, he was beaten in the flight. It was a good take by Steve Aston, and like I said, a wicket keeper of his calibre. Probably the best senior stumper in the world, I would say. Clean gather, bails off. Very, very easy decision for umpire Van, standing at square leg.
Yeah, certainly. One more delivery then to come of this. Razi Ahmed over. 1 wicket for 11. Yeah, in comes Chris Bomer. Joins Zahid in the middle. Yeah, single to end that over. Moves the Lions onto 129 for 7. 68 needed then off 54 balls. Only 3 wickets in hand though. That's where, if they would have been, for example, on 129 for 4, when you've got 6 wickets in hand, that's when you can start to go for it with a few more. At a decent score, aren't you, at 129 with 9 to go? So it's with the 3 wickets in hand. It's that element of risk, isn't it? Then.
Yeah, it is, and it comes back to game management, doesn't it? And we mentioned it the earlier broadcast. Those of you who were with us, thank you. At the likes of Sanjay Berry, faced off. I mean, with Sanjay, he probably got himself out. Really good piece of bowling from Phil Deakin because he dangled the carrot, and he got exactly what he wanted and what Sanjay Berry didn't want to do. But he forced him into it because he made a big show of showing Sanjay that short leg side boundary, and he played right across the line. Steve Hunt coming down the pitch to what I only think was an arm ball from Phil Deakin when the Lions had lost a couple of wickets. And from sitting at 60 for 1, they were suddenly in a bit of a hole. Good effort by Ian Barton and Mohammad Zahid to get him up to 120 odd. But as it stands now, just with 3 wickets remaining, I think you chance your arm. Go and be a hero. That leg side boundary still in play, and apart from Timor Allen, Owen, I'm amazed that it hasn't been targeted more. I know Sanjay tried it, but as opposed to the other boundary on this side, which is enormous. I'm surprised more balls haven't disappeared in that direction.
Yeah, certainly. It's a very good point you make there. As a 5th up ball in succession, really good stuff from Gaywood. Not what the Lions need, but the England over 60 side will be really, really pleased with that. He wants a maiden, Mr. Gaywood. And that's what he'll get. Yeah, 8 overs to go on the Lions, currently at 129 for 7. Let's look at that, 2.6 and over from Gaywood. Not bad at all. Really, really good stuff from him. First maiden of the day for him.
Well, full toss from Razi Ahmed. And Mohammed Zahid was not missing out on that. Crunched through mid-wicket for 4. Kevin Watson, who was at wide mid-wicket, never even saw it. He's looking at Richard Merriman in a bit of after you, Claude. Did you not see it? No. And it whistled right between them. So, a good start with this over for the Lions.
Yeah, in comes Razi Ahmed again. They're going to keep going for this. Right to the very end. The single will be had there as Richard Merriman throws it back. $134 for 7. Very good. Very nice. And as you said, Rash, making use of how short that boundary is.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a good shot by Chris Baumer. Not a particularly good ball from Razi Ahmed. When you've got the field on this side and you're bowling to that short boundary, it was a loopy wide one outside off stump, but it was very, very well dispatched.
Yeah, and halfway into that over, you got 9 off it. Yeah, make that double figures. You've got 10 off the over now. You've still got 2 to come, so that's a brilliant over and probably one of their best in quite some time. Very good. Wow.
Well, another very good shot from Zahid. Again, it was full by Ahmed. You'd say he can get some tap. Just trying to vary his flight and his pace. 14 from this over so far. Oh, concentrate your mind as a fielding team now, won't it? Yeah. Got him this time. He's very fortunate again because that was a rank bad delivery. Look at this. It's a full toss. And can't fault Mohammed Zahid. He's clean bowled by Razi Ahmed for 31. Off 38 deliveries with 4 fours. Well battered, sir. Good debut for you. 31 runs and a forfeit. But Razi, a bit fortunate. 14 from the over, but a wicket from his final delivery. These are the lines on 143 for 8, chasing 197 for victory.
Yeah, only 2 wickets in hand then for the Lions. And it was a fantastic over. Just a shame for their sake that there was a wicket at the end of it. 14 off the over, my goodness me. fantastic, really. Most definitely their best over of their innings.
Well, he will be disappointed, Mohamed Zaid, but you know it was a full toss from Ahmed. He might have been maybe just standing his ground in the crease and just swivelling on it and hitting it somewhere through the leg side, but good effort by him nonetheless. And Razi Ahmed takes his second wicket.
On to Vince Mulholland, and he'll come in and join Chris Bowmer.
Well, he's had a good debut as Vince. Really impressed with his bowling. I've not seen him bat before, so unknown quantity for me. But it's Chris Bowmer on strike as Nick Gaywood comes in from the pavilion end. That's hitting the air. He's going to just drop short of Timur Alam as he makes his way in from his position at long on. One more to the total then.
Yeah, 144 for 8. Gaywood comes in again. Oh, goodness. Mulholland in for his second from Gaywood. Oh dear. Bit of a misfield there from England. Sharpen it up as the call, but that's another 2 runs. Great shot. Well fielded by Razi Ahmed. To prevent a certain boundary there. Another one on to the total as they reach 147. 50 runs needed then. Off 38 balls, so still not beyond them just yet. Gotta watch this one.
Well, that final delivery from Nick Gaywood didn't get particularly high at all. Skidded through. 39 gone then, 148 for 8. Here it goes. You would say the England seniors, the favourites to win from here. And the Lions, well, they did really well to restrict England to under 200. They'll look back on those missed catches. 7 of them in the innings, including dropping Nick Gaywood 3 times as he went on to reach a very, very well crafted half century. But what could have been for them?
Yeah, they will go for that single to notch up to 149 runs. .48 off 35, so as Rash mentioned, still favourites to get it from here are England, but The Lions will keep battling on, as we saw in those games against Australia, right to the bitter end. And they went very close to beating the Aussies on a few occasions. It's a better delivery. Yeah, that stood again. Well fielded.
It's a good job Matt's not here with us, you know. Can you imagine what he'd be saying now?
Go for it, go for
Go
it.
for it.
Oh, yeah. He's happy with that, is Razi Ahmed, and that's the penultimate wicket for England. Bam, there you go. Mulholland is gone 3 off 8.
Yeah, trying to play the sweep shot. Vince Mulholland. There's a straight to delivery from Razi Ahmed there. Has flicked him on his back leg as he was bent down. Pretty simple decision for the umpire. Lions lose their 9th wicket. 149 on the board. As the line skipper, Nigel Moore makes his way out to the middle.
Yeah, at the commencement of this match, I will do an interview with the winning captain. Looks at this stage to be Jason Cornt. But you never know, Nigel Moore might have an absolute worldie of a performance to help out Chris Bowmer. But yes, I will be out in the middle, so do stay tuned, everybody, at the end of this broadcast. Razi Ahmed's licking his chops.
So Nick Gaywood continuing. That's a nice shot. Backwards a point on the leg side, on the offside, sorry. 2 more to the total. And the 150 up for the Lions. 151 for 9 then.
Yeah, it brings up that 150 runs in exactly 150 minutes. 2 hours, 2.5 hours. We'll get another single on the board to reach 152 for 9. 2 deliveries to come in this over. Yeah, there's a nice shot. Kevin Watson will follow it though. Prevent any more than a single. Moves the Lions on to 153 for 9 with 1 more delivery to come.
from Mr. Gaywood. Yeah, 154 for 9, as you can see. A few spectators watching on. And that, oh, the England Cricket Seniors flag waving away. And that Lion, he's watching on. He's always watching. Nice from Boma to eke out another single. But after his 3-wicket haul, I think Razi Ahmed wants to finish this off, doesn't he? Rash.
Yes, he'd like to get the line skipper out, certainly, to finish with a 4-foot. He wasn't far off. You can see Nigel Moore spinning around in his crease. There's that back foot. Oh, look at Steve Aston giving him the glare.
Oh, there you go. Oh, close again.
They're on the umpire's case then. 2 in a row where Nigel Moore was in trouble there almost. Nice from Nigel to get another single. 156 for 9. Back onto Boma for this final delivery of this 5th over for Razi Ahmed. Nice from Nigel to get another onto Boma for this final delivery of this 5th over for Razi Ahmed. And we're free to go, only 2 off the over. 156 for 9. Taking our eye off the England end for just a moment. Wales-Scotland still happening behind us. We've heard many how's-outs and many to you at the end of this game to see what's happened in that one. That's looked like it's been an entertaining one as well. Both games in the Tri-Nations having quite a bit of excitement today here in Dorridge. Gaywood. And Nigel Moore does well. There they want to, and yeah, oh goodness me, they want it. Oh, it's a bit of a mix-up. Oh, that's going to be it, isn't it? Hell of a mix-up to end things, isn't it, Rash? My goodness. Nigel, he said, Nigel, we're running. No, we're not. And that was it, wasn't it, really? Crikey.
Well, losing a wicket at any time isn't good, but bit of farce at the end. And what was a promising start for the Lions has petered out as the England seniors register what in the end is a comfortable victory. As the players shake hands, Owen Mason making his way out to the middle. I'll quickly run through. Now the Lions gone off to a decent start. 29 gone when Martin Ford chipped one straight to mid-wicket. Half volley on leg stump and connected with it really well, but straight to Mel Dobson. 29 for 1, became 60 for 2. Sanjay Berry, feast or famine with Sanjay. The trap was set by Phil Deakin. Wanted him to play across the line to aim at the short leg side boundary, and Sanjay obliged. Thick edge and nice catch behind by Steve Aston. 60 for 2 became 62 for 3 as the squeeze came on with Mel Dobson and Phil Deakin. Steve Small got a good one. Clean bowl by Mel Dobson for 26. And then a couple of runs later, it's got to progress to 64. Steve Hunt. Well, Steve will look back and probably think he shouldn't have done what he did, charging down the wicket to an arm ball from Phil Deakin, full and straight. He was out without scoring. And 78 for 5, Neil Jackson, who batted pretty well. He got a good one from Mel Dobson. He was out for 15. And then from then on, it was really a struggle. Simon Rouse got a first bowler. Won't be happy with that, Simon. Bowled Phil Deakin, 79 for 6. Good fight back by Ian Barton and Mohammed Zaid, taking the score up to 128 when Ian Barton was the next man to go. Caught by Steve Aston, off the bowling of Razi Ahmed. And then from then on, it was just a matter of time. Mohammed Zaid batted very, very well indeed. He was bowled a full toss by Razi Ahmed. 31 off 38 for him. Vince Mulholland, LBW off the bowling of Razi Ahmed, and Nigel Moore, 3 not out at the end, and the final one. Chris Bowman run out, 157 all out. And my colleague Owen Mason, I think, is out in the deep with the Victoria skipper, Jason Corn.
Hello again, everybody. You join us out in the middle with England skipper Jason Court. Jason, what did you make of that? The Lions giving you a good test in the end.
Yeah, no, that's good. A test is good, and we knew they would because the Swallows got loads of strength in depth, and we knew it to be a close game. But we could have batted better a little bit in parts and probably posted a slightly higher score, but they made a good fist of it, and our spinners brought us home in the end.
Yeah, how pleased were you with the likes of Phil Deakin, Razi Ahmed, both getting 3 wickets for themselves today?
Yeah, no, that's good. But what I try and emphasise is it's not about individual performances. It's all about the team and the support the team get and a bit of grit. We needed it. And people dug deep and, and we've come out winners, which is good.
Yeah, and how pleasing for you today. Obviously, taking that skipper role and obviously a lovely day for it at Dorridge as well. A nice outfield. Me and Rash were saying how a bit of a different field it was today. How did you deal with that?
Well, it's getting on later in the season, and wickets get more dusty. But we've had quite a lot of rain in the locality, and the outfield in parts was a little bit bobbly. But that's the same on any ground. But it's good we're still playing cricket, and it's not winter yet. So
that's the England skipper Jason Court there after that win against the Lions here this afternoon. So back to Rash at the commentary desk. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Owen. They're speaking with Victoria skipper Jason Corn. Now, just to finish off then, go through the England bowling figures. Kevin Watson, 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 20. Jason Corn, steady away from the skipper. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 16. Phil Deakin, in tandem with Mel Dobson, magnificent spell of bowling from him from the pavilion end. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 36. And his partner in crime, Mel Dobson, 9 overs, no maidens, 2 wickets for 30. Nick Gaywood, good spell from Nick, 7.1 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 24. And Razi Ahmed, having got a bit of tap from Ian Barton and Mohammed Zaid, 14 going off one of his overs, 5 overs, no maidens, 3 wickets for 29. So that's the tale of tape here at Dorridge. England versus the England Lions. At one point, it looked like we could be on for quite a contest. But from 60 for 1, losing 3 quick wickets, really put the Mockers on the England Lions chase. Just before I say goodbye, a big thank you to our sponsors: Stonehill Sports, Sporter Tours, NV Play, MacTech, The Tube and Clinclad. Thank you for your continued support. That's it from me, Rash Mahmood, here at Dorridge. We'll be on air again, weather permitting, tomorrow. It doesn't look good, but hopefully join us for the game between England and Scotland. Match due to start at midday. But from me, Rash Mahmood, my colleague Owen Mason, Ivor, Nuala and Benny have been here today. Thank you for your continued support. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.